Hello, everybody. We're here with another game with EGAD headquarters. I am your lovely game master and host, Carmichael, also known as Mikey, here with my lovely cast of characters. We have Ike. Say hello.
Oh, hello. I'm gonna be playing Cherry. She's got no thoughts, head empty.
Then we have Petals.
Hello, I am the person called Petals or Jack or whatever people call me these days. I'll be playing a spring bean who is also head empty.
And
but like in a different way. Sorry.
Last but most certainly not least, we have Hoosh. Say hi, Hoosh.
Hey, I'm Hoosh, and today I'll be playing Marana. The only one here who is probably not head empty.
One of the only ones. I'll point out I'll be playing Bell. Thank you. His head's not completely empty. Completely. He has a brain cell or two. Again, he has higher intelligence than most, but that is beside the point. Here we are with a special two-part episode, this being part 1 of 2. This episode is titled One Birthday in Barovia, part 1. And where would we be beginning this little... Where are we before we start our little flashback, Ike? Where are we at this current time?
Probably in the treehouse. I bet Cherry's just probably hanging out. Maybe she spotted Belle and was like, "Oh, hey, it's been a while since I saw you. Don't you remember your birthday? It was so good."
Belle gets a look at that and continues sipping the very tall milkshake he came back with and is trying not to address the topic as he quickly tries to walk past.
I mean, it was your birthday, remember? It was just like a couple months ago. It was really good.
Yes, I remember that part. Do you also forget the part where our mortal souls were also threatened? Did you maybe forget that bit?
No, I remember that, but don't you remember? We also had a good time, and I also got you cake afterwards, and it was really good.
That cake was really nice. I don't know if it quite made up for the mortal terror, but it is rather nice.
I'm traumatized. It's fine.
Belle gets a slight look at that, but then also sagely nods, as if in agreement. Now, of course, we've all agreed...
Don't you want to talk about it, though? Like all the fun parts about it, maybe running around, or maybe, you were that too, don't you remember?
I think the last thing we discussed was the fact that we were never, ever going to tell Oli about that fact, otherwise he'd never let us out of his sight.
I haven't talked about it to Ollie. What are you talking about? I didn't talk about that part. I just said we got to play a game and it was a really good time. And Ollie went, yeah, that was good. And I'm glad you did.
Alright, good, because I still remember the fact that you got sent looking for me after I didn't show up to the party, and that wasn't really
the because I really want to care about you. You matter just as much as everybody else.
And as he sort of glances aside and takes another sip of the milkshake, that is where the memory fades in. Instead of a crisp, cool winter morning, it goes back to the colors of autumn, when the leaves still cling to the trees and the moon sits high in the sky, not a cloud in sight. The stars all gleam in various tones of gold and silver and orange, as if dressing for Halloween themselves. Laughter can be heard as children go from house to house. There's singing and dancing as Ollie's hosting his party, and it hasn't yet gone horribly wrong. And yet, Belle is nowhere near the scene. Instead, he's found sitting on a black iron fence with a heftier basket of treats than one would expect him to have, as well as a platter of strange-looking little cakes with little bits of fruit decorating the top. He sits dressed in a very lovely, historically gothic vampire costume, the gender of which is left ambiguous, but it does have a lovely dress addition to the bottom half, and a very nice high collar. As he's just sitting on the iron fence, staring rather blankly upward. Not at any parties, nor celebrations. He's not pranking anybody like he would be. He's just sitting there. Lonely. But maybe the loneliness is peaceful and quiet and perfect to isolate oneself inward. Nothing can interrupt that, right? I glance at Ike.
Ike? Oh, do you think her food got here? She did say she'd go quiet if that were the case.
I love the fact that the food got here literally as soon as Cherry was cute.
Cherry's dead. No.
Cherry's picking up pizza. Please stand by. Suppose I'll continue the narration for a slight bit before Cherry does happen to interrupt. There is a particular means to Belle's isolation and a particular means to the occasion. He's dressed for a Halloween party. He's currently dressed for the holiday. He's in a costume. And he does have his horns and ears on full display for once, when normally he'd have them concealed. But he's not really doing any partying. He's not pulling any tricks. He hasn't even stolen any candy. And normally that's his go-to activity. Really, such quiet, while peaceful for most, is rather unusual for him on this particular holiday.
Hey, Scratch, what are you doing?
And he immediately almost spills his entire bucket of candy and has to catch it. I'm gonna roll him a dexterity save.
And yes, I did get my food.
Good. I'm glad we figured that out. Let me pull up Belle's sheet because I have to pull up his sheet alongside the one he'll be picking up soon. Give me just a moment. What is your dexterity save modifier? +3, you poor bastard. Thankfully, he manages to catch it with both fuzzy paws and just carefully holds it close and then glances over and oh, there's Cherry. I'm busy. Do you mind? Also,
Busy doing what, though? Well, don't you know mine's a little Sunday.
And he's gonna look over Cherry's costume to see what part of it is a sundae.
She's basically the cherry on top of a sundae.
Oh.
It's like one of those kid costumes, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that is rather delightful. I'm just enjoying my candy out here, though. I'm fine. I don't know why you... Why are you here, actually?
Well, little Scratch, you're just sitting here all by yourself, you know? You're all by your lonesome. If you're gonna be at a party, you should be with everybody else, right?
I'm not at a party. I'm enjoying the peace and quiet.
But this is a party! I'll invited all of us, and here you are. Just sitting here, like, on like, the balcony, you know?
Look. It's very nice and all, and I'm very flattered. But I'd prefer to spend it out here, in peace and quiet, alone. And he's actually going to put a few pieces of candy into Cherry's basket as if she were trick-or-treating. Now go take those and enjoy yourself. That'll be fine.
Cherry's just gonna squint at him for a minute.
I'm gonna roll him deception since you're squinting. That's a 23.
Oh.
He seems fine. He's just having his candy and whatever those little cakes with the fruit on top are. Oh, by the way, for context of the audience, because of certain circumstances at Ike's house, she will be playing with push to talk. So the very quiet moments are because of push to talk activation. And Hoosh is also having a cough. Above board, I was just telling the audience about you using push to talk for the session.
Yeah.
Below the board, that is a 23 on deception for Belle, if you would like to try and insight that.
I don't have Cherry's sheet up, but I do have the sheet we're using for the game, but I'm just gonna heckin' roll a d20 and see what happens.
Let's see a nat 20. Come on. He sounds fine and he looks fine. You notice his tail's not really swishing completely or wagging, but that's really the only thing that tipped you off. Everything else looks fine. You're not sure why he's not basking in the party, or why his tail's
Brad,
not
are
doing
you
the
sure
wagging
you
in
don't
front.
want to, like, maybe go dance for a little bit? Like, you can go back here anytime, but, you know, dance floor doesn't wait for anybody.
Well, it doesn't have to wait for me. I'm not going out there. I'm fine. Take your candy and go eat like a good little girl.
Right. And you're just eating your candy by yourself?
Yes, exactly. By myself.
Well, that's just not fun.
Well, it's not meant to be fun. I'm just out here having a contemplative moment. Can I have a contemplative moment?
I guess, but I mean, like, are parties supposed to be fun? Aren't you supposed to be having a good time?
And he is going to reach a pop. He's going to rub the bridge of his nose.
Come on. Scratch. Come on.
Look. I don't want to make a scene, but there are other reasons I would prefer to just sit out here in the quiet and not indulge the party, alright?
What? Okay, Scratch, listen to me. Let's do something here. She's beginning to look around to see if there's anything that she could use to get him to join the party for a bit.
He, meanwhile, looks dead set on the fact that she just won't. Quietly pulls up a piece of caramel to pop into his mouth. He does have longer fangs, but you're not sure if that's part of the costume or if he did that just for funsies.
Scratch, I know there's probably some spicy food at the tables. Ollie did take a lot of time to put in like a buffet kind of thing here.
I don't need the buffet. I have the bucket. I'm fine.
I thought you liked spicy foods.
Yes, I like spicy foods. I don't like intruding on parties when I have other things on my mind, Cherry, alright?
How are you intruding if you were also invited?
Because, Cherry. And he's going to turn, now looking slightly impatient with our lovely little cherry pit. I would rather not indulge in that party when I'm not having one of my own, alright? Makes it feel a little glum.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
You can help by going back to the party and letting me sulk in peace. That'd be splendid.
I mean, I'd rather help you so you don't have to sulk in peace. You don't have to sulk at all.
You can't help me not sulk when I'm trying to celebrate my birthday in peace and quiet.
Wait, it's your birthday? Oh.
Why did I? And he reaches his paw up and just slowly covers his mouth. He looks
okay.
Very
We need to celebrate it right now. I don't care if this is Halloween. We're gonna be. We need to celebrate your birthday too.
We don't need to celebrate.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I'm gonna grab you by the arm here and I'm gonna drag you on in. Come on, it's everybody gets to be a birthday person at least once a year, so you deserve it too.
He is deliberately struggling against that grip because he doesn't want to intrude on Ollie's party.
She's being desperate and pulling against his man's arm. In the most cartoony fashion, she demands party time needs to happen. She demands it.
Contested athletics check. I guess it's a -1 for him. Yeah, no. That's a 10. He is doing his best to wiggle and wriggle and writhe, and it is like you were trying to drag a cat to the
this
vet.
itty bitty person, this little cherry person, is definitely winning in this conversation.
He's just being scooted in. Just scoot. His heels are digging into the ground, but it is just scooting along.
Come on, Scratch! You gotta celebrate your birthday. Why would you be so sad on your birthday? That just sounds like the most depressing thing in the world. I don't want anybody to deal with that.
I don't need
Not even you, no.
I don't need anybody to bother with that. Let go.
You treat it like a birthday's a problem, but it's not. And Cherry's just gonna start waving out some people to see if anybody wants to help celebrate, because hey, you're already celebrating one thing. You deserve to celebrate someone's birthday too. It's a big thing. Cherry takes her birthdays very seriously.
Belle's one arm is just limp in Cherry's grip, and the other one is just trying to hide his face from view, as if he's embarrassed to be somehow back at the party that he was, in fact, originally invited to. Just as if he could somehow disappear by just hiding behind his hand. But Cherry's just dragging him here. Hang on just a minute.
You over there, person at the table, the little plant person. Do you want to celebrate a birthday?
What's a birthday?
That makes it even better. I can teach you about them.
A birthday is an ultimately pointless thing. I don't think we need to teach him that.
Oh, no. The birthdays are wonderful. They're wonderful. They kind of like keep you in check of like how old you are and what your growth is like, and you get to celebrate being here. That's kind of one of the biggest things about it.
And you get people dragging you around by your wrist into a social situation you don't want to be in.
I don't think I can relate to that, Scratch. I'm sorry.
Scratch just gives a pointed look to Cherry.
Springy has just been looking back and forth between
There
these
is not
two.
a single thought in this Cherry's head right now. She's just happy to be here, and she wants to celebrate her friend's birthday.
Then, actually, hey, question, Mikey, remember when we were originally playing this game, and this was... Has Springbean heard Belle talk before this? Because we're discussing it before, and...
This time, no. We will say he hasn't, for the sake of continuity.
You could talk.
This is probably the first. The first he's heard him talk. Sorry, what? And he glances down at Springbean.
You could talk before.
Well, I couldn't. No, it's getting back. Unfortunately, I can't sing any big bombastic numbers yet. I don't think, but.
If you do, you need to show us.
Roll me persuasion.
Yeah, that's an 11.
He gets a slightly thoughtful look, but he does a very smooth job of dismissing that look just with a little wave of a paw. Maybe at a later point. Maybe. It's been a recovery process, Springbean. I'm very sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
Springbean doesn't respond. He's just gonna continue. He doesn't really know what to say here. He's not very talkative.
But also, Cherry, I don't really want to intrude on Ollie's party with this. I think it's fine if we just happen to maybe go outdoors.
Scratch, how are you intruding when it's also your birthday? And you were invited here to begin with, and we can celebrate two things at once.
Because it's not my party, Cherry. There is a level of courtesy at play.
I mean, we can change it up so then we can make it your birthday. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could just ask Ollie and he'd be okay with celebrating your birthday.
Springbean, would you roll me a perception check?
Ooh, I will. Also, I'm imagining just as the bickering is going on, Spring is just gonna probably climb one of them. 20 plus perception. What's Springbean's perception? Ooh, +7. 24. What does that get?
They don't immediately notice, but you do happen to spot as they're trying to discuss what to do. And Bell, of course, he does not look like he wants to be in the situation. He wants to go back outside for air and candy, and also, oh dear God, you shoved him in a social situation he's not prepared for. He's going to die in the spot. Cherry, meanwhile, is completely oblivious to the fact that she has dragged him immediately into the spotlight, and he is going to die because he wasn't prepared for that. And yet there is this figure that does appear to approach the conversation, and you note stands by and just waits for them to notice. And the figure you see approaching is a rather old-looking, real kind furbolg. Very old by the look of her, with this white and blonde and brown fur, almost like that of a barn owl, and this face that threads the line between bovine and goat-like. She has the long, drooping ears, and one glass eye that looks like a multicolored sunrise, and the other eye, which is a green ungulate eye. And she just appears to be wearing a very humble costume, which you could roll a history or arcana check for if you like.
Considering this is Springbean, he probably wouldn't know. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll roll, but also he, by now he's probably on, I'm gonna flip a coin to see whose head he's on.
Is he on the cherry sundae, or is he on the vampire?
Where's my coin? There, okay, there we go. There's a loony. Alright. Let's hope I don't flip this into my tea! I didn't assign a... Okay, you know what, heads
Let's say Cherry is heads and Bell is tail.
Okay, it was tails. He's on Bill's head.
As usual. As usual.
Is just unblinkingly staring at this new figure, but now very on guard because, bovine, herbivore, those eat plants.
And it doesn't help that she is obscenely tall. And by obscenely tall, I mean she is more than 8 feet.
Sorry.
Now,
there's somebody at my door. So what do you want me to roll?
You are good. You don't have to roll anything. Cherry, would you roll me a perception check while you are bickering with Bill?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a 2.
You are definitely still bickering. One last perception check. Okay, so Bell's perception is... that's right, he's not rogue for it. He doesn't get a big old number. He gets a +0. He gets a +0. On an 18, though, eventually he's just like, I just don't feel like taking any attention away from the... And he glances over and then glances up at a woman who is pretty much twice his height. Because, again, I cannot stress enough, Belle is only about 4 feet or so. Hello. Wait a minute. And he kind of pauses a moment. And he does actually kind of tap Cherry's wrist slightly. I do recognize you. You were the one doing the Taroka readings, weren't you? And this old furbolg lady smiles and nods. She was.
Maybe we should do that for you, Scratch. You could do something fun.
Mimosa actually had a plan for some fun. If you did not mind being sidetracked.
I mean, we were at the party, so that would make sense. And I'm pretty sure Scratch would appreciate doing something for his birthday.
Stop saying birthday out loud, or I will zip your mouth shut.
But it is your birthday.
Say it quieter, then. Well, as Mimosa
She just
would
blinks,
like to think.
blinks with absolutely zero thoughts in her head right now.
A birthday without games is not much one. Mimosa has one in mind, but it is not a game to be played by means of audience. And she gestures the fact that they are in a crowd at the moment. And Belle is immediately jumping on the chance to, if we're going somewhere private, please, please. You can go to the yard. Follow me, Mimosa.
Ooh, this is like one of them special parties. One of them special events. Ooh, I like that.
I think Springwing is still very alive.
What happened, Belle? Is everything okay?
Okay.
Sorry. Anyway, what I was going to say, after somebody opened my door, wordlessly telling me they're gonna eat my fucking chocolate, that I just bought. Yeah, no, I bought it to share. Alright. He better not eat fucking half of it again. And okay, so, yeah, no, Springme is still very alarmed by this individual and is probably going to jump to the closest other head that exists here. Hey, Hoosh.
Hoosh is in Troll be here shortly.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
That'll be Cherry's head you hop on.
Okay, never mind. You'll just chop on the cherry's head. Sorry. I didn't know yet.
Springbean, we should totally join so we could do the special party thing.
Why?
To have fun and to celebrate Scratch. I think that would be a good time. It doesn't have to be a huge one. The fact that we're still gonna show that we care about him.
I need to roll him another deception check. He does a very good job of hiding the fact that makes him blush.
Aww. Yeah, no, Springbean is just gonna stay on your head. He isn't gonna move from there, but he is going to be watching this new individual like a hawk.
And she just smiles back. Mimosa means no harm, little Sprout. She is just here to help.
He doesn't say anything.
Come along. And she just, with one bony, big finger, just gestures them to follow, and she just shuffles along. Anybody who looks at her, if you would like to roll a history or arcana check, you may, for her costume. And it is exactly the kind of costume you expect an old woman to put on. It still is very nicely made, but it's also in the matter of it looks old. Like this is one of those vintage.
Let's see if Cherry actually has a brain cell or not.
I somewhat doubt that. Hey!
You thought wrong. I got a 16.
Is that history or arcana?
History.
You do recognize Mimosa's costume, and also Mimosa. You recognize Mimosa as having been a fortune teller that you've met a few different times, who has mostly been staying in the largely forested and jungle areas. She's mostly been doing Taroka and tarot readings and has been staying by her lonesome, but she's been spotted here and there. Her costume, however, you recognize, is she is dressed as Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, for those that are familiar with the other pronunciation. Because Baba Yaga does exist in D&D.
And I have no clue what either mean. And neither does Springbean, so don't worry about it.
Understandable. But
Cherry's just like, oh, it's you. I think I've seen you around. Well, I've been doing some like montaging, you know, when you kind of have to venture really quickly.
Mimosa understands the adventuring life very well. Rest assured. And Mimosa has seen you around as well. And as she's just shuffling down the stairs and out a side door, she heads out into, I do believe, Ollie's Manor would have a garden?
There isn't a garden unless you really want to consider like just the jungle directly outside the place being as such, but there is technically a room that could be considered like a greenhouse.
For the sake of having them avoid any of the spooky shenanigans that happen to the party at the same time, we're just going to say they head adjacent to the mansion into a little bit of the jungle.
Hey, yeah, that works.
Just the very edge of, we'll say, the manor yard. Which is back toward the fence that Belle was sitting on, but a little farther out. And while you were out there, Whoosh, would you do me a favor and roll me a stealth check to see how well you were hiding?
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Stealth. Wow. Not me forgetting that Marana literally has nothing in dexterity and everything is in strength.
Good. Comedy. For the bit. For the bit. For the bit.
Oh!
Is this just opposite day? I think this is just opposite day. That's a,
It's fine, it's fine.
Can you read what you got? Yeah, that's a nat 20 for the class, plus 1. So, you are remaining very stealthy in your little hiding place as you watch this cluster of figures, this towering furbolg woman, the little fuzzy devil you recognize, this cherry-headed young lady with the Sunday costume, and this little plant. Just head on out, and Mimosa eventually stops walking and turns and sits. And I'm going to ask this because I like to imagine it more as an Ollie thing. Considering he is, of course, the outdoor type, do you think he would have picnic tables out there?
Not there.
No?
Probably closer to, like, the EGAD headquarters, which is, like, a bit down the ways
Right.
from the house, typically.
If I were a rich man, I'd have picnic tables everywhere. Note to self, steal picnic tables and just shove them in his yard. Confuse him later. But she eventually just sits, and you can kind of see she has set out a rather ragged little quilted blanket out there to sit on. No fire, nothing, no other light source aside from the fact that there's an unlit candle nearby. She's just got a blanket and a sort of box, and just slowly but surely sits with a surprising amount of weight, considering she just is an 8-foot-tall block of grandma. Belle glances around, but also sits. So, what'll we be playing? Oh, we won't be playing yet. Our 4th player hasn't arrived yet. 4th?
There's another player.
Mm-hmm. Mimosa believes that they should be arriving any moment now, but she has always been off on times. And she actually starts counting on her fingers, of which she only has 4 fingers per hand. And on one of them, only 3 fingers. One of them appears to have been lost. For further description, her right arm is still perfectly organic, but her left one has actually been replaced by a metal prosthetic. And that is the one that still has 4 fingers. Marana, would you roll me a dexterity save?
Oh boy. Save. I forgot the number for save. I have 2. Ah, that is still a numero uno.
Let's see what you get.
Sorry.
You meet the number firstly. So meets it, beats it. You maintain your stealth as you are listening to them communicate in what I assume is a language you cannot comprehend.
She does not understand a lick of what they're saying, sort of hopping along the branches, trying to get closer, ears are sort of tilted in their direction.
Mm-hmm.
Her talons are managing to hook onto the branches for once. Whenever she bunches her legs up, her talons tighten around the limb. And it's... You know how songbirds hop from branch to branch?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like that. Hopping around with the wings sort of like semi-arced around, just waiting to... trying to get it.
Adorable. But Mimosa eventually stops counting, and she just sort of moves the box that's in front of her and pulls up the lid and just starts sorting through. It's a cardboard box. The cover is brand new, and you can actually see it is a cover for a sort of TTRPG. So it is very much for a Dungeons and Dragons-esque role-playing game. And for those of you that can read Common, the cover reads, Ravenloft Untold. A tale from the demiplane of dread Barovia.
I kind of want to roll
in smaller
into...
text,
Sorry.
And in smaller text, a Curse of Strahd adventure module.
I kind of want to roll intelligence to see how many words here Springbean can read.
Please. Please.
It's like, I want to say, in like, while that's going on, I'm pretty sure Cherry's just like rambling to Belle to be like, oh yeah, no, so like I probably should have thought of like what kind of gift to get you because it's your birthday and all, and it's just rambling on, and sometimes there's just the mention of a pair of socks, and she keeps bringing that up.
Okay, so a 14.
Surprisingly
honestly,
well.
Yeah.
With the -2.
Decent amount of words you can read. Your reading lessons have really been improving. Granted, that doesn't mean you can really comprehend what Barovia or Strahd are in the slightest, but you could read it, and you could see the cover, and that's good. You are comprehending things.
Just internally wondering what this has to do with birds at all. Raven.
Good. Good. But as you can see, Mimosa appears to be sorting through pieces of paper. You can see little tokens in there and character cards. Mimosa must ask, are any of you experienced with roleplay? Belle, the Toon Devil, and known for his disguises and costumes, just gives Mimosa a look and politely smirks. No, I'm an amateur.
What's roleplay?
It's when you act like something you are not for the sake of entertainment.
Why?
For fun.
Spring is just gonna look into the trees, now being reminded of birds.
If you ask me what
Honestly.
fun is, I have no explanation for you. I'm just going to feel very sad.
Hey, Spring Bing, if you want, you can roll a perception. You're just
so, like, what kind of game is this? You have to, like, role play like a bird? Because it does say Raven.
Ah, bummer.
Well, if you decide to pick that sheet, you could play a were-raven, but for this game, no. You are to select a group of adventurous souls and go deep into the heart of Barovia to take care of its terrible Dark Lord, Strahd von Zerovic.
Oh, that's part of the thing I like to do. Book heroes do that kind of thing.
Then you should have no trouble with it. And she gestures to the little, the cardboard box cover, and on the cover, it is very brightly colored in the original Ravenloft module style, in that it's very schlocky, old pulp novel covers color. And Strahd, compared to the 5e art, I glare at Wizards of the Coast, has this cold, dead blue skin that is a more vibrant vibrant tone on the cover. He has his jet black hair with some silver streaks here and there that never grow due to the fact he no longer ages nor decays in the slightest. These blood red eyes gleaming in the dark, almost as if they glow on the very cover. And it's an embossed cover, so it has a little 3-dimension to it. And below, you can see a cluster of adventurers all staring up toward him and his palace with their own weapons drawn, one of them with a sword of light, another with a staff, another with a shield. There's a red-haired lady, a gray-haired man. There's a number of characters. Looks like pulpy goth fun. And unfortunately, Springbean, that perception check is good, but it's not good enough to beat a nat 20.
No.
I'll try 2 rolls. So give me just a moment. We're going to do Bell's roll first, because I have his character sheet on best standby. Perception is again +0, Bell, buddy.
Bell, get that.
No.
7.
He is looking at the character sheets. He is distracted. And I am going to roll for Mimosa now, if I can try, emphasis on try, to find where I put her sheet. Ah, there she is, baby girl! Okay, so your perception is, okay, good. That is a, okay, +4. Yeah? And give me just a moment. As Mimosa is sort of trying to explain, she sort of pauses for a minute, and you can see the way the moonlight briefly catches her glass eye as one of her droopy ears sort of flicks a bit, because she's got those long goat ears, you know the kind, the really long, elegant-looking goat ears that are tattered and scarred. Ah, that would be our 4th player. If you would allow me, Mimosa. And she holds a finger up. And if I remember correctly,
Marana is green. Not white.
It was Marana knowing Sylvan, right?
Yes.
What other languages does Marana know?
Infernal and Draconic.
Sylvan is the only one, then. You hear in Sylvan, "You can come down now, dear. We're waiting on you."
And with that, the flutter of wings and a slow glide down, a funky dragon lady just lands next to Mimosa, talons first, and then just fluttering a little to get that balance back, and at the tip of her horns, she flashes a hello to the others, but it's not like they could understand the light.
Bell barely recognizes Marana, but does not in fact translate light, no. Mimosa, however, just smiles and continues in Sylvan, while Springbean, you've just watched a dragon lady swoop down from the tree and land next to Mimosa. How are you feeling?
He's now on Bell's head.
Yeah, and Bell looks appropriately ruffled, even in his lovely vampire suit dress, whatever he's wearing. Just. But
Cherry's just staring over like surprised Pikachu. She doesn't know what to say or what to do.
And Mimosa says, "You may have a seat, dear. Mimosa will explain the rules to you very soon."
Miranda just takes a second to process that, because she's gotten like a little height dizzy, because egg trees, they are terrible for her legs. And she slowly kneels down so that her feet are still under her in case she needs to just spring up if necessary.
Baby girl. But she just smiles at that. And then says in Sylvan, "If you would like to look through the character sheets, you can." And then
And
turns
then near perfect Sylvan. She responds with like, but I can't say hard words.
It's alright. You don't really need words for this game. And
Yeah, she nods.
she hands you some stacks of paper to look through. And Bell, seeing that Mimosa's relaxed, pulls back up his papers and looks at them, and Mimosa continues, now in common. See, Mimosa figured you were going to be at this party tonight. Her dreams told her so. Her dreams also told her it was someone's special day. So, of course, she had to get something ready. What? And she just slowly reaches into her little Baba Yaga costume. Reaches around the pockets. There's no hammer space. She's not a cartoon. Wait, I'm sorry. You knew it. You didn't have to get me a gift. I wasn't inviting anyone to it. I know Ollie was hosting his party. I didn't want to take any attention away from it. And as he's talking, she pulls out a little hand-wrapped bundle that appears to just be wrapped in brown wrapping paper, like brown paper with twine. Really, I don't think... Is that for me? Mimosa nods. Bill carefully takes the oddly long gift. He kind of looks it over. It's about the size it would fit in both hands, but it's long enough to fit in both, as well as big enough, so he's not sure what's wrapped in it. He crinkles it a bit, shakes it. He hears something tinkle around in there, so he stops shaking it immediately.
Scratch, what are you waiting for? You should open it.
Mimosa would like to wish you a happy birthday, sir. His ears just kind of flick, but he just cautiously pulls the twine apart and carefully pulls up the paper because, again, he knows Mimosa as a fortune teller and an acquaintance. He doesn't know what the old woman would get him that would possibly entertain him any, so he's also prepared to just, like, smile and be nice to Grandma's gift. And in his paw, in this wrapping paper, you see it appears to be a stuffed toy train. And Bella immediately freezes. And his pupils dilate on sight. And he just sort of holds it up, and it's a little red and gold train set with a little green here and there, balloons on detail, but it all looks like very sleepy skeletons and ghosts and that kind of thing. A very sleepy sort of Phantom Express, if you will. And Belle is absolutely enamored with the thing. He's just looking it over now with just these twinkly, dilated pupils, just feeling over the squish. Because clearly there was a plush aspect to it, but this is just a plush toy train, and he just seems completely overjoyed with the thing. He's just not saying it out loud. And Mimosa's just smiling as she's just watching him just very quietly gush over having a choo-choo in his hands.
Springbean is still on Belle's head and is now looking at this thing from he's just looking at this thing. He does not know what a train is.
Cherry's just like peeking over his shoulder, just so excitedly, because like there is always a happiness of seeing your friend open up a gift. It's just a good vibe all around.
And then he squeezes and he finds a hard spot and he kind of, the ears perk up. Squeezes again. Mimosa, is there a second gift hiding in this thing? No, that is the music box. You put a music box in the choo-choo? She nods. Choo-choo. Well, how do I turn it on? What's the music box about? Where's the crank? Oh shoot, I didn't accidentally jingle the crank off, did I? No, it's a very sturdy toy. You're fine. And she just points a claw over here. And her little golden crank Oh, thank you.
Whose fucking dog is that? Sorry, there's... One of the neighbors has a dog and it keeps barking and it's catching up the mic. I'll mute.
It's okay. And he sort of turns his ears toward it, as a cat or bat or goat would, and just slowly turns the crank. And unfortunately, there is no music box variant to it, but you do hear the quiet tinkling of ding, 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 ding. Just this slow, quiet tinkling of a familiar tune. And he's just listening to that, but he's just got a look of barely restrained joy listening to that. Mimosa lately had learned that you were struggling with your sleep, so she figured a gift to alleviate that trouble would be best. He blinks and his pupils briefly return to normal, though they're still slightly twinkly, and he looks like he's trying not to cry. What, dreams? How'd you know? Right, you see things in your dreams. I forgot about that. Mimosa does. And it was a magical ordeal, so she figured some magical protection would be quite nice. Oh. Wait, the magical? Oh, yes. Someone's been sending you nightmares for a terribly long while. Mimosa figured you knew something about it, so she didn't really get too specific. But that should put the stop to that. I mean, I figured they related to somebody. I didn't think it was magical. I suppose that makes sense. And he's saying that, but his tail is still swishing as he's listening to the music box. He is just delighted. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I do see the link in the chat. Yeah, it's a familiar little jazz tune, and while I was originally thinking another tune, Minnie the Moocher is also another fit. But it's just a little music box jazz box on a little train that's just sleepy. And Whoosh, you can go ahead, as Belle is distracted at the moment.
Morana, reaching into her bag, finally pulls out a crinkled granola bar, leans her face over to Belle, and just snorts at him while just poking him with the granola bar.
And it takes him a minute because suddenly now there's a third in his space, not small enough to be easily dismissed, a la Springbean, who he's used to, and not medium enough to be annoying but still also acquainted, Cherry. Just there's a bonk and he just glances over and sees the granola bar. Oh, thank you. And he carefully takes the granola bar with a nod and a smile.
She just pauses there, trying to process, and looks back to Mimosa, and Sylvan just says, "What did he say? What did they say? What?"
Mimosa says in Sylvan, he likes it, and he thanks you for the gift.
With that, she gives a nice pat to the shoulder and backs off.
You really didn't have to go through all the trouble, though. I'm sure I would have found something to try and handle it with. I could have... You were quite fine, dear. Mimosa still wants to help. And she is honestly just happy that she would also have the dream of you playing this with her. So she doesn't really see anything wrong with getting a lovely young lad a gift for his birthday before they play a game such as that. And he nods. Anyone else, by the way, if you want to roll an insight check while Mimosa is talking, you can. As Belle asks, so this is a role-playing game. We'd basically be taking characters again, like traditional D&D. And she nods. You pick from some pre-made characters, you go through Barovia, and you take care of the Dark Lord and try to break his cycle of despair. That's all. Mimosa just hasn't been able to find anyone to play them with. Ooh, a 21. So, Springbean, on a 21 insight, you don't... The first thing you note is, while you are looking for any sign of malice or ill intent, you don't find any. The woman is, in fact, benevolent by all means, but there's something about her words that is... There's something else under it, an implication of something or something going unsaid that she is not explaining. It does not sound malicious. That is not the tone you're getting. She's not threatening anyone. She's not trying to lure anyone into false security or just preparing a trap of any kind. But there is something from her side of the conversation that is not being said outright, that is missing from context. Something that you think, perhaps, she is deliberately keeping quiet. So, if you would like to look at these characters, you may all pick a character that you like. And, of course, Belle also hands some sheets for Cherry to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I am
That
going
means pick a
to...
character.
Sorry, I'm going to roll another intelligence check for Springbean to figure out what the hell this character sheet is about and if he can read half the words. Oh, that's a 1!
Buddy!
Buddy, oh no.
That is a piece of paper. That is a piece of paper.
There are scribbles on it. He does not understand this.
Look, to Springbean's credit, he's doing very good with picture books. This is not a picture book.
There's not a singular picture on here.
Well, there are pictures, but there's only one picture on each of the character sheets, and it's on the character cards attached to them. See, as you look through them, you see these different character cards that have that pulpy, colorful, old D&D, old horror book cover kind of, art style to them. With the deep, rich tones and the heavy lines and that kind of thing, just that lovingly painted look. I'd almost say, like, Goosebumps covers, the originals, those.
He still does know. He still does not know what this has to do with birds.
And you can see, of course, there actually is indeed a character who appears to be an old man, but his title card, his character card, fades into that of a raven, tall and humanoid. You can see others that are, of course, plain humanoids. You can see a warforged, you can see an elf, you can see a tabaxi. Heck, you can actually see another plant-like individual, though you're not sure you identify what that one is. It doesn't look like one of you. It kind of looks like a walking potted plant. You're not entirely sure. But there is no pot to it. It's just a bundle of plants that walk, so that one's funky. There's another one that's this hand-stitched looking lady in this deep red dress, holding an axe while looking on to a silhouette in a robe with concern. And Belle actually in particular looks at one that shows this figure draped in tones of white and gray. These heavily embroidered, beautifully humble, rather, robes with a simple white mask detailing a stoic yet compassionate white face, with the title of the Abbot. There is a halo around the top of the figure, but it doesn't really denote anything celestial in nature. It's just the window he's standing in front of, while he casts a long shadow beneath. And Belle goes toward that and looks at his sheet. Oh, a cleric. That'd be useful. And Sherry, how many sheets do you go looking through before you find the one of your desire?
I think she begins flipping through the pages fairly quickly, and of course pauses the minute she lies eyes on one that she likes, squints at it, and then she continues on again until she finds another page, and I like this guy's name. Piddlewick. I like it. And it says he wants to help others, just like me.
Mimosa glances over, as does Belle. And yeah, the page that you've picked up, the character card attached, looks like a little animatronic, robotic-looking jester. Admittedly, he looks rusty and in rather poor condition, but he's painted this jack-o'-lantern smile on his face with soot, and he's dressed in these tones of red and black and gold, and just allow me to pull up his little picture real quick. If I can just get there real fast. Dear God. Piddlewick the second, baby, bastard, bitch boy. Let me get his hand out.
I can imagine that, like, when Cherry looks at, like, the image of this character, I have a feeling Belle's just sitting there, like, meanwhile Cherry's just, like, all happy.
Oh no, Belle!
She's oblivious to anything that would be considered questionable about this character.
No. Belle takes one good look at that character, he sees Jester, and he goes, oh, good choice. And immediately glosses over it. Just immediately. He just sees Jester and goes, nice. And his Jester bias immediately has him gloss over it. And allow me to find the handout for the Abbot. As mentioned before, for those that the people will be controlling, some of them have chosen to redraw it. I am just pasting the art from the original module, though this doesn't fully reflect how they look by description. This is just their module art. Where the St. Petersburg is the Abbot. There he is! There he is. Where's your handout? You get art for your token. That's just mean. That's just mean. Understandable, but mean. Anyway. Sadly, there is no picture handout for the Abbot. And Springbean, you presumably eventually settle on one with rather nice colors.
I think the one he's settling on is the one that he, like, found first, which he is, like, he's gonna pick up the paper despite it being, like, multiple times his size. And he's just gonna like show it to Belle because, like, just holding it to him, expecting him to help him with this. He's not gonna say it, but he's gonna gesture it. And the little picture on his little ghost.
I'm imagining, because you're still sitting on his head, I'm imagining you just tapping the top of his head, and he looks up and you hold the paper down.
Like holding it with one leg and like tapping it repeatedly with the other.
You've picked up a character sheet for Violetta Violet Durst. She appears to be a ghost girl. And a druid, like you.
And he will pull up the paper back to him. And just awkwardly hold it, because again, this thing is so much bigger than him.
Yeah. And then there's Marana. And Marana, as the others are looking one by one through the sheets, Mimasa actually does switch to Sylvan to show you the sheets and begins explaining them to you character by character. Though I assume you're also mostly looking at character art.
Mm-hmm.
For her, she is looking at how much muscle mass they have.
Excellent!
She is like, I wish Internally, she has this struggle of like, I wish my bones weren't taller, so when I fall out of these stupid trees, I won't break bones.
And then you find one that is surprisingly bulky. Shock for shock, it appears to be an elf with this dusty, pale moon gray skin, this graying black hair like that of a silver fox, and these keen, cold steel tone eyes. He's in studded leather armor that's trimmed with fur, a good majority of which you can identify as wolf or bear fur, and appears to be bearing the emblem that you have also seen for Strahd on the cover. Presumably his family crest.
Main character vibes, she says in Infernal.
I'm imagining you say that. You said Infernal, right?
Infernal.
Belle just understands that for a moment and then looks over completely confused. He doesn't even get a look at the sheet. He just hears main character vibe and he looks at you with confusion. And also, like, did Infernal just come out of that mouth? Huh? He's the equivalent of that gif with the question marks, like, huh? But
this.
you
This
wind
one
up...
has bones. Unlike me.
And she, of course, glances at it. And Marana, if you would like to insight check Mimosa, you can.
Okay.
And as mentioned, Springbeam, while you have your sheet, the one thing you noticed is that while Mimosa is not malicious in intent, there's clearly nothing, no ill will meant with her words, you do at least recognize that there is something she's leaving out of the conversation.
She sure is. I'm figuring out how to ask that.
Wrong.
Oh
no!
Using Hydra too much, huh?
A little too much.
Oh!
Okay. You see Mimosa looks at your character sheet. And because you are the one closest to her and you can read her age-lined, thin-skinned face clearly, there is a brief moment of surprise as she actually processes who is on the page. There's a sense of recognition that you almost think maybe she didn't realize that character was there before, or maybe she didn't think she'd see him. But there's a moment of shock, of recognition, and then there's a moment of confusion as her thick, furry brow knits together, furrows, just trying to think. And while she looks it over, part of you could easily dismiss it as, oh, she's looking over your sheet to make sure. But she's making sure the name on it, Rahadin, is the correct one, and it is. And it turns to recognition. And then to more confusion. She recognizes the character, but she's trying to process something of it before her look takes on something soft and almost sad. Her mouth looks uncertain whether to smile or not, but the way her ears flick as her head tilts toward the sheet, she's clearly thinking something heavy over, but you don't know what.
Hey, this is mine. Back off.
I'm imagining you just tugging it away from her, and she just gets a brief look before just putting back on the smile again, and you immediately see whatever sympathy or thought she had, she's hiding it again. Just smiles. Terribly sorry, dear. Mimosa wasn't going to take him from you. She just wasn't expecting to see him in there. That's all.
What? Know this guy?
No,
is he real?
I have to roll her deception.
Permission to also roll insight on this because...
Oh my god.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
It's like, while I would roll, I feel like Charity's really just, like, enjoying the fact of what character she chose, and she's just kind of obsessing over it at the moment.
You gotta beat a 25, buddy!
Oh, dear. That's a 15. No, of course not. It's just a character. On the sheet, why would he be real? Mimosa's just recognizes him from other media. That's all. That's the word. And she nods in that grandma way where she thinks she's told a convincing lie to a kid. Not a mean lie, but just like, this will surely make sure that the child still believes in Santa, and nods. But
Is he dead?
Firstly, there's that...
I'm sorry. Springbean would ask, is he dead? I'm so sorry, he has no filter.
Do you ask in Sylvan or Common? Because she's been speaking in Sylvan the whole time.
Oh, whoops,
You've insight checked her face, which I'll describe to you in a minute, but she is speaking in Sylvan the whole time.
Okay. Because
Springbean
Springbean doesn't know Sylvan, but it's already too late to switch out the languages, but I really want to because he's not ever gotten the use of deep speech once.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I will say, you're actually going to get use of deep speech if you keep it for this mini campaign, though.
Alright. Yeah, it's already too late, I'll keep it for now. But...
Yeah. But...
Okay, Springman does not say anything then, he will just squint. In
her face, you do see, she thinks she said something, of course, she thinks she's been clever. She thinks, Mimosa has hidden it well, they suspect nothing. But...
What is other media?
Like, books, or films. Those kinds of things. Other board games, that kind of thing. And yet, Springbean, as you're looking at her face, she glances back to the sheet, and you can see this strange sort of sadness and contemplation as she glances it over before focusing back on the task at hand.
Alright.
And she switches over to common, and
I was just saying, Spring, there is another question. What
yeah.
are we doing again?
Well, seeing as you all appear to have selected character sheets, your task is simple, but it is not easy. Mimosa is here to guide you on your quest to free Barovia from the dark grasp of Strad von Zerovic, the vampire lord, and to break the curse of misery that has held it for more than 400 years.
And
So standard RPG stuff, got it.
I don't know if it was very audible, but Spring, we did say and. Because he knows there's something else up here.
And what?
You haven't said something.
She glances at you for a moment, and you can see, you don't have to reroll your perception or insight. You can see she's debating whether to say it or not, but now she's rolling insight on you, and you can at least tell she's trying to tell whether she should tell you or not. So that is a +4 on insight. That's 21. What does a 21 give Mimosa?
Ooh. Alright, Suspicion. There's a lot of suspicion in there. He still does not have a singular trust in this new person. But let's see, that's a 20. That's a pretty good roll. So you can So, okay, what are you inciting for specifically?
She's trying to see whether she should trust Springbean and actually tell the truth or not.
He so like what okay, I'm still confused on how to answer this question of if she should tell them or not. So like
if she should trust Springbean, if she should tell Springbean.
With assuming hesitance from otherwise either a negative reaction or otherwise. Though he doesn't trust, you haven't really seen much like you haven't seen him express much in the way of like not resistance, but more of just like not. You feel like if you tell him, he won't freak out or anything. He doesn't seem to be the type to do that.
Then that is good enough for the check. She glances from him to the others, and you can clearly see the thought on the old woman's face as she strokes her long goatee, which she has a goatee. You did mention seeing me in a dream, and you mentioned Cherry, so... Actually, you also mentioned her as well, and he points to Marana. What? Did you want us all to play this game with you? Were you feeling lonely? Not... Well... And there's a moment, Springbean, without rerolling insight, that there is a look of loneliness, but it's not because of you four. Not... That isn't it. And she crosses her paw and her prosthetic together. How does Mimosa put this? Mimosa saw all of you in her dream. That much is true. She saw that it was to be one special day, and so she got him a gift that her dream told her would help him to fight off these terrible nightmares. And he saw, of course, one wanting to help one to celebrate that special day, another wanting to help keep balance, and another just wanting a good time. And as she says keep balance, she looks at Springbean, and as she says have a good time, she glances at Marana. But there was another aspect to this dream. Not this one, an older one. You are all Toonkind, yes?
Well, of course we are. We are an inkwell, so I mean.
Yes, you are all obviously created by something. You are creations, as is your world, yes?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Look, I mean, I guess I could say I'm pretty creative myself. I got to help paint out one of the towns here, so that was cool.
And there are always the stories of our creation, so I guess you could call us creations, and Zitoria creation. Well, Mimosa heard about you from an older dream. When she was not yet on Zitori. See, she was looking for people. People to help her with something. But she was struggling to find the right people. They would always bow out at the last moment, or something terrible would happen and they would fail. And Mimosa, she recognizes as much as she tries to help people, she's getting to the age where her help is. She feels over her big but admittedly bony hands. The prosthetic is fine. It still looks perfectly bulky, but the other one, yeah, she's more than 400 years old. She's getting on in years for a furbolg. And if Mimosa's being honest, she was getting a little desperate. But if she admitted that before, admitting such a thing would be taken advantage of, so she couldn't really say that. But she had a dream. She had a dream of a land of light and beauty, painted as if to a page, with creatures of laughter and love and endless hope, that which couldn't be contaminated or contained by any means of darkness. And Miyamosa's messenger told her that this was the place she needed to seek. To find the help she needed to bring the light back to her home, she would need to be here to find these people, to bring this light back home. And she would perhaps find they were not very different from her, even though they would look very much different. Bell is going to tilt his head, and I'm going to roll him an insight check. So, where's Bell's sheet? So that is insight. He gets a +3. That is a 15. And he just sort of tilts his head. You can see the way his ears flick here and there. But he's attentively listening, and so you're saying you're similar to us and want help with something? It's something that you haven't had success with before. Yes, that would be very good deduction. But it is difficult to ask because anywhere else she asks, the stories tend to drive people off. So she thought if she approached very pleasantly at first, you would be happy to agree. And while you have agreed to help, Mimosa admittedly feels bad about the honesty of your assistance. Help with the game? And he points to the cardboard box, which she glances down to. And she hesitates when she says, yes, with the game. How does Mimosa put this? And she just sort of pulls her paws up to her mouth just to think. Think of another land, like Anquil. Think of one that was created by someone or something else. Of beautiful, rich emerald greens, misty sunrises and sunsets, beautiful wildflower fields and towering mountains, where the wildlife is just as varied as the people, and the fields stretch from horizon to horizon. It isn't so clearly painted, but it is painted, just not in such watercolor tones. And she sort of generates she is basically describing the visual of as she continues, an evergreen sort of pine forest. There are orchards of various fruits, particularly peaches and apples and oranges. There are, and she of course continues with, imagine the fields tended to by the locals, the bandits that would assail them before being driven away, and the lives made by the people there, also created to live and breathe there happily, with no more strife or war at their door. But imagine if Einquil's sun set and did not rise again. And Belle's going to glance to Cherry and Springbean.
Hold on.
Cherry's just here for the heckin' ride. She is just standing here.
Springbean,
Could you repeat what you said, Coach?
I got a stupid thought, and I'm trying to do the pros and cons of whether I should say it.
Head empty. Say it. Say it, coward.
Say it.
At least the trees wouldn't be survived.
Oh my gosh.
Most days, but she doesn't look too disappointed with that answer. Imagine if the sun never rose. If the land that you loved, that was made for you, that you were made for, to love and care for, was suddenly turned against you. Not by its own choice, but by means of a dark and twisted force, suddenly taking it by the roots and twisting and contorting it to evil. Crops that wither on command and do not fruit again. Bushes that poison to the taste when once they did not. Wildlife that grows panicked and aggressive and attacks any in the name that they don't starve. People that used to walk home every sunny day, locking their doors and barricading barns. You never hear any songs. The birds never sing again. And the sun never greets you. That is what Mimosa has dealt with for many years. But she has still tried to bring the sun back, to break that hold of misery and dark magic over the landscape. To no success. She has asked for help before. She has asked with money, with wit and will and sympathy. And it tends to go wrong. So, when she hears of a land that cannot be contained, or be tainted by darkness. A land of hope and songs and strangely drawn people, she cannot help to be optimistic. But Mimosa's world is not quite like yours. Not completely. She doesn't know her creators so personally, or where they are. But she would still like to think they would not want they would not want Mimosa's people to suffer. So she still fights to try and make sure they don't. But let us say this dark magic, it gave this twisted land an appetite. And this dark magic would do anything to try and draw things in to satisfy that dark appetite, so to speak. Even by means of making games to try and draw promising people in. And as she said, box.
You are cutting out, my guy. You're cutting out so much.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm going to fucking throttle. I'm going to fucking throttle. I'm going to fucking throttle.
I heard Mikey in entirety.
Well,
Thank
just like
you.
the last sentence, but also recording, you know.
She is looking at the cardboard box. You do not need an insight check. You do not need an insight check to try and see what she's trying to say. But if you want one, just to be sure, so that way your brain cell works, you can. Or you can make an intelligence check. But I glance at Cherry. I don't think an intelligence check will help.
Not really, no. But I mean, she could still try.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, okay, that's an 8.
Look,
you never know. Sometimes she surprises me and goes, "Oh, I do know about this thing," and I'll be like, "Huh, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that you knew." What the? But nope, she doesn't know. She doesn't know.
The only thing you get is she is comparing herself to you Toonkind somehow, but she's not Toonkind, so you're not sure how that applies.
Yeah, she's just here kind of like scratching at her head in thought, and she's like, She definitely does not understand a word, but that's fine. She's getting through it. It's fine.
See, the land of Mimosa's home, the land she would love to see filled with light and laughter again, is unfortunately the same one she is asking you to help now. With the RPG. That being Barovia. Also, if you hear the name Barovia, you can roll a history check if you like. And that means everyone rolls history checks.
Speaking it. Because I might have to roll intelligence first.
She is making sure to speak in Sylvan for you, so everybody can roll history.
I'm gonna roll history
This is a
with
required
disadvantage.
history check.
Let's go.
I'm gonna roll it with disadvantage, considering this is Springbean we're talking about. Here's the first roll. And here's the second roll. Yep, that's a 3.
Yeah, Cherry got a 2.
Every likes me.
So everyone else has a clueless look to it. None of the rest of you seem to get this name. Marana, you recognize it because she refers to it by only a slightly different name in Sylvan. See, the name is called Barovia in most tongues. And in most tongues it translates to the same thing, but in Sylvan, in the language of Fae, it translates differently. You, of course, don't have the specific word on hand, but the way they translate it instead in Fae would translate to Dark Mountain Fogland. And usually it's just known as the fog. It's not exactly the best word, and you wish you could remember the specific name that translates from, but you can't. But you can recall what it means, what it relates to. A land draped in mist and shadow, trapped by a curse incurred by a selfish lord. Suffering in endless misery for several centuries. What?
Sounds cool. I'm in. I can deal with no sunlight for a bit. It's too bright out here. At this time of year, we normally get darkness and snow for like days on end.
Are you saying that in character or out of character?
In character.
And you're saying that in Sylvan?
Yes.
Okay, so Mimosa's explaining this. She's explaining this very heavily to the rest of you. And then you see Marana's mouth move, and Mimosa turns to stare at her and blink. There is a very brief moment where you almost think that Marana just said a severe faux pas. For a moment, you almost think she's fucked up. And then she sighs and says in Sylvan, "We used to have a lot of moonlight around this time of year too, but it is not natural for us to have it all year, always. Our land isn't built for that. We cannot survive endless winter. Do you understand?"
Yeah. That's why I said I'm in. Do you listen?
Oh, you're agreeing?
Yes! She sounds almost exasperated. Almost to the point where anybody else can understand that tone of voice, like, ugh, here we go again, old people not understanding.
Everyone else is being respectful of the old lady, and then here's Marana. Ugh, I have to explain to Grandma. Belle was, of course, staring with slight concern at what conversation he is not comprehending, and she glances over.
I did have specified that she also said it in Infernal for Belle to understand, so he can translate to his friend.
Oh my god. He's just blinking for a minute before he is going to also say in slippery little Infernal, "You came very close to sounding insulting. I hope you're aware of that."
That doesn't matter to me.
It does to me. We'll put it that way. So let's maybe not insult the kind old woman who just gave me a toy choo-choo. All right.
Off the table, I'm just gonna read one of her personality traits for y'all because I think it's really funny.
Oh no.
Personality. I grow bored extremely easily when that happens, and it's time to move on to something else. And I see no point in manners or etiquette.
We do love a bitch. We do love an impatient bitch. There is a brief moment where it looks like Belle is going to... No, he calms down. The choo-choo is still playing the music box. He still is enjoying the music box. It's fine. It's fine. All is good. All is well. He's not going to throttle a dragon tonight. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He can tolerate this. And he's going to instead say in common, "I assume you have a plan for whatever you're doing." And Mimosa turns and nods. And she says, of course, interspersed in common and Sylvan, "See, Mimosa doesn't want to see anyone else hurt. But she has made some allies who also would not want to see anyone hurt. So it took a little bit of research. And immediately she had to have she did have to ask the Morning Lord to explain here and there. I'm not going to ask for a check on that yet, above board. But she does say the Morning Lord. But she did come up with a plan. See, this is a... What is it right there? It is a key, a gate, as it were. Once I begin narrating this and I set up the appropriate ritual, I can essentially... Mimosa can essentially transport you. But not by body. If you were to happen to go both body and soul, you would be at terrible risk of unpleasant fate. And Mimosa does not want to see anyone else die for the sake of helping her people, as her people also don't want to see any more death, whether it's adventurers or tourists or not. So, some of her friends apparently got together and agreed to help by means of an arrangement. You've already selected your sheets, so if this works as is according, Mimosa's essentially going to try and turn some of that dark magic against the original darkness to see if she can get you through into a different shape. Does that make sense? The specification typed out, I use the dark magic to destroy the dark magic. No, she's trying to use it to get around it. She's trying to turn it against it. There is no destruction.
I know, I was just joking.
It is okay. But would you still want to play, even knowing that Mimosa may have exactly lied about the role you're taking? Well,
I want to play. I want to be able to help. I don't know how, but I would like to.
And I would like to thank you for the lovely gift. And it seems Cherry's excited enough to be the strange-looking little jester machine. Toy. Piddlewick II is a toy. That is a toy? No, it's not. He points at the character
I
card.
thought he was just a little guy who just likes to make people happy.
Well,
I mean,
yes,
that's probably what he is, but
by the look of it, he does. But he's also a toy. You can clearly see he's not organic in any way, as he points out.
Well, I guess in that case, that he is simply built to bring some happiness to others, which is something I would like to stick to, I guess.
But,
I don't have any problems with that.
If this works correctly, there should be no risk at you to get hurt. If anything happens, then you will immediately head back to your bodies here, and you'll be fine. Bodies? Oh,
bodies?
Yes, the thing you mentioned that. Don't worry about it. Would you like to go forward with it? Hmm?
But what are we waiting for? We already made our way out here.
And it will make more sense if you just happen to go through it. And you're sure this isn't going to do something to our souls? Absolutely positive. Mimosa would rather her soul be hurt before any of yours is. I would rather your soul wasn't, so let's maybe not have you hurt your soul either.
I'm gonna raise her hand.
Mimosa's gonna turn and say in Sylvan, yeah?
Can I have a snack? I'm hungry.
Mimosa's gonna pull out some beef jerky and toss it.
She's gonna catch that and just take a bite. Well, all the while bobbing her head like, yeah, I got the snack!
Tastes like bear meat. It's bear jerky, apparently.
Nice.
But she nods, and then you do kind of notice as you're looking the scene over, aside from the uncanny insight and perception checks. She had to do a good job of sort of stealthily setting up candles around your little area on this little wooden board. It looks like a map of a region that you don't really recognize because only one of you nailed your check for Barovia. Looks at Marana. But it does have the little sections where it looks like you would set a decorative candle. And golly, they look like decorative candles. It does a very good job of looking like an innocent little, just thematic box RPG set. You have a map with locations, tokens from monsters. But as she's lighting the different candles, you notice she's setting these small little stones in between each candle. Each one has a different rune on it that you don't recognize. Even rolling a history check will not recognize these runes. So, are you certain in all the sheets you've chosen? Vel nods.
I'm gonna be the main character.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, who do you think is the main character? He's going to say that in Infernal as he turns to Marana.
She's just gonna lift up Rahadim's character card and she's like, yeah, he's got the symbol of the game, and I am going to fight it.
Springbeam is
There is a-
sorry.
Fight it, but she has that impulse too.
But, yeah, and Bel's gonna take a moment to squint at it. He squints at the box, and then he says in Infernal, isn't that the symbol of the bad guy?
Yeah, awesome.
Huh? I mean, it is a neat family symbol. And he just goes right back to his spot, like, yeah, you know what? I mean, it is a cool symbol. Sure, okay, it's cool. Like, just he recognizes that's the symbol of the bad guy, but he recognizes it's also a cool symbol. So you know, it is Marana's decision. And Belle, of course, he hasn't completely finished looking over his sheet, but he still has a good hold of it as she is, of course, pulling up the 4 tokens. Well, 5 tokens, actually. There's, of course, a mask. There's a token for Rahadin with his stern face, his hollow eyes. There's a token for Piddlewick with his painted-on smile. And a token for a little girl who looks like she could be passed right through. But then you see the other token. Of Mimosa. No one looked for Mimosa's character sheet in the entire box, did they?
No.
Nope.
And of course, she gives it a... You don't have to re-roll your check from earlier, Springbeam, because you don't realize the sheet that she's holding, though you do see last second that, hey, one of the tokens kind of looks like the old lady. That's fun. That's a funny coincidence. But as she looks at the sheet that clearly dictates herself, an expression crosses her face that she quickly shakes off. And she begins to speak in a language none of you understand. It isn't Sylvan, and it isn't Infernal, and it isn't Common. It starts out at first as Barovian, which is a very different language subsect of Common that is, again, not taught outside of Barovia, so you don't get it at first. And at first, you don't really notice anything happening. After all, it's a slightly misty Halloween, but the sky is still relatively clear, it's nice and chilly. It's a good Halloween weather. How many of you understand deep speech?
Hello.
Absolutely 0.
Not me.
You can hear it in the sound the tongue makes in the mouth, the way the voice comes out of the throat. The transition from a form of common tongue to a tongue that is not spoken by a humanoid mouth. To what distinctly above board would definitely sound Relehian or Cthulian. So she smoothly transitions from a common tongue, a common medieval tongue, to H.P. Lovecraft language. And as the language shifts, the direction the candles are blowing, the direction the wind is blowing, changes toward the board. And it feels less like a gust that's going over the area and more like wind being drawn into a vortex, into a cyclone inward that doesn't blow out the candles, doesn't risk the scene, but it starts feeling colder and colder. And Marana, even for you, it starts feeling colder. And as the mist starts to creep in, there's almost a moment where your noses start to itch. For most of you, anyway. Springbean, there's a sort of itchiness to you that you haven't really recognized before. But as the gust starts to go in sharp and cold, cutting at sinuses and throats with the chill it suddenly has, the taste of salt and brine in the air, and something of iron. Springbean, you are the first to sneeze.
Oh.
You don't have a nose to sneeze with, so instead it's like an expulsion of pollen, almost. Except no pollen leaves. Your soul leaves your body, and your body collapses.
Fun. Oh,
That is followed by Marana, Cherry, and Belle, of course, is looking for one, and he almost holds it back, just And he just sort of wipes his brow off, and then something brushes by his nose. He goes, and just absolutely blows his soul out of his sinus in a plume of smoke and fire. And the mist all draws in this cyclonic fashion until it is nothing but an indistinct cloud where none of you can see where any of the others are or where you're going. The trees vanish from view. All visibility is lost. There is no feeling of solidity, not body, not soul. You cannot feel temperature, but you can still taste. You can still taste iron and brine. You can still taste the salt of sea and pine. And as this vortex draws onward, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back after these messages, everybody. Break time!
Break.
Alright, yeah, I'm going to get...
Oh god, I love the little beastie. Oh.
It's like we've only just started entering the thing and already this little group.
No.
I swear.
I am sorry for doing that. Because
No, it's great. Don't apologize.
I'm real.
It's like, don't apologize. That was great.
I love the
I just love, like, during the whole thing, Cherry's just sitting there absolutely, like, not paying attention, but she's like, I'm ready to game. I am here. I want to be the funny little dude. Let me be the funny little dude. I don't know what is happening and why we're helping again, but I'm helping. She's trying her best, that's all.
I love Cherry. She's sweet. Chicken. We had
At least you got
bears.
chicken.
They're
Where do you
right now. I'm sorry. That was mean. Oh, I am not brain smart.
It's fine, it's fine. I feel like that's just kind of the vibe for the game. Just not very brain smart, but it'll be fine.
The reasoning behind her hiding is literally because Morana literally weighs 150 pounds, and that's because mostly her muscle mass. And she's got bird anatomy because I went that far.
Hey.
I literally based her wings off of falcons and her legs off of songbirds.
That's so cool, though.
Yeah, and she's got very hollow bones. If she falls, she breaks easy. fragile. Glass
So that explains so
cannon.
much of why of wanting to go for the strongest character. Hell yeah. We'd love to see it. We love to see it.
We love muscle mass.
Meanwhile, I am drawing a character design throughout this whole thing.
Nice.
It's like in character Cherry's just like not paying attention necessarily, but she's trying hard to because she really wants to help. She doesn't know why to help, but she really wants to. Because that's kind of part of her thing. She likes helping other people out. She's not smart, but she's got a great heart.
Mm-hmm. I get the wiggles.
The excited wiggles.
Yeah. I love all the characters. They're all just very funny. They give me just the humors.
Vicky.
Yeah. But I'm serious, Morona, she lives. She lived before going to the treehouse with much trouble. Thank you, trees. The hatred of trees is probably a little too much, huh? I'm sorry, my brain is now just in think out loud mode. I'll mute for that.
You're valid. I mean, it is the break time, so you're good. You're good. How goes it, Talus? How goes it over there? That's great. I just took a look at Twitter and oh my god. Somebody drew my soda, but basically as papyrus. Ooh, looking good. Yo, I'm just slowly dying over this picture. Oh my god. Hold on, I'll show it in a moment. So this happened. happening to me, but it's papyrus.
I am back, and I've refilled my water bottle.
Nice. People, I looked at Twitter and somebody drew my soda, but it's all Undertale.
Undertale?
I love it.
I've been seeing this
Undertale what?
awful image.
I put it in the gallery.
Of Angst and Papyrus with their eyes swapped.
Oh,
this is literally
horrid.
what like a VTuber that I follow ended up drawing for myself.
That is horrid. Thank you.
See, the best thing is like their post was basically, "Hi, send me PNGs of your soda or your VTuber or whatever, and I will ruin it." That's what they said. So I was like, you know what? Let's see what happens. And I get this.
That's perfect, though.
Horrible. It is, but still horrible.
It's great. I love it. It's
so
atrocious.
It's atrocious.
It's atrocious, but I love it.
That's why I didn't stop recording.
It's
This is
so
all.
fucking great. Nobody will ever understand unless they went to Twitter. Fucking go see skeleton papyrus, but it's me.
Now I think about it. If we end up editing the... Yeah, I volunteered to edit just so I can put this in the video.
Oh my god.
Break.
Oh my god.
Edit
Just
out
the
my
entire...
ramble.
No, it's just the entire break. It's just that image and it's slowly zooming in. Very slowly.
It just like
The entire
slowly
time. The
fades
entire
in.
break. Oh yeah, exactly. You just see like a very faint overlay of just my skeletal face just hanging out. You know, full screen. Full screen. It's fine.
Horrible, thank you. Also, I'm eating, so I'm gonna leave it.
I love it though. It's a classic. Thank you so much. Look, I know there's been a goof, like, everybody constantly goofs on the skeleton, like, sodas and everything, haha, Undertale, but, like, it's never gonna get old, I don't think, for me. It's so dumb, I love it. Like, I think, like, now that I think about it, I think, like, one of the first, like, live 2D models I did of my own soda, I tried having a toggle, so I had the Sans eye. Just because I wanted to make something very goofy. Of course, this model doesn't have that, but it's fine. I got better stuff on it. You goosh. I'm just here like for the first day of 2023. This is a very good day. This is a very good day.
This is an excellent day.
Blessed day. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
I feel like this is a very good sign that this year is going to be actually very good. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like this is going to be a good year.
Know about you, but the literal, like, 5 minutes after it became 2023. Actually, not even 5 minutes, like, the second it became 2023, because I was trying to cook some pot stickers at the time, and they burned. And then I tried to make soup afterwards, because I was still hungry. And it was and like the type of soup that I grabbed was supposed to be tomato soup, but it was way too sweet for some reason.
Oh,
and I tried spicing it. It tasted more like pizza sauce than actual soup. So things are going great so far. Can already tell this year is going to be absolutely horrid.
Gosh, the only thing, because like the end. Oh God, I have to say last year now.
You have to say
year. It's always weird every time you enter a new year. Like usually if I go to like add like my signature basically to any art that I do, because that's just kind of out of habit at this point, I usually add the year that's on it too. It's so weird to write down 23 instead of 22. It's always like that.
Gosh, the last bad thing that happened on the end of last month.
Oh my gosh. I mean, last month was just busy in general, so like, fair enough.
It was just
But
a
this
wild ride.
year is already off to a good start. Heckin', like within the first couple hours of 2023. First couple hours of 2023, I got to hang out with people in VR chat, and it was great. It was so chaotic, but I loved it.
First couple hours of 2023, I did my laundry and cleaned my room.
Hey, heck yeah.
In misery. There ain't no
Racist pups, racist pups. Beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up.
Racist pups, racist pups.
Look, I can't not sing it with that now.
No, it's okay. I am going to take some ibuprofen here for the soreness.
Yeah, take your time. I also somebody drew me a thing in the gallery chat, so I just put it there in gallery chat. I'm not over that.
I turn away for 5 seconds and you've been turned into papyrus.
I mean, what do you expect? I feel like it was gonna come to me at least some point, sooner or later.
Man, really, sometimes you really just gotta... Sometimes you really just gotta do that, huh?
I really should have asked Damon to do like a goofy skeleton dance of Papyrus's theme instead of Death by Glamour, but oh well.
Now you're
still
good.
Undertale. So it still counts.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
I think we need to get the giggles out a little bit more.
I'm eating
Fair enough.
food.
How do we get the giggles out a little more? How do we get the giggles out a little more?
You commit more funny ha-has. That's how you do it.
Skip it up in the scat, man.
See what I mean? It's already working. See?
Understandable.
Here, hoosh. Just get some giggles out. Here, I'll just
I
am going to throttle all of you. I will turn the baby proofing off. I will
assist in these giggles here.
In reply, I go.
Okay, let me grab the ibuprofen real quick because.
See, all you can say in return to that is just.
You right.
Please.
Oh my god, that made it so dramatic.
Alright, everybody, alright.
Yeah, we got the funny ha-has out. There you go.
You're gonna need that ibuprofen.
That was not a groan for the audience, by the way. That was not a groan for the audience for players.
No, it's okay.
You're gonna need that ibuprofen, Mikey.
For context of the audience, unfortunately, the very same day we decided to do this, time of month started.
Oh, you got this. Actually, can I do one more sound effect just to tie off the shenanigans real quick?
Sure, you can do one more thing.
So it's the end of the goofs. Oh no.
God fucking damn it.
Yes, sweetie. Yes, I am in pain. Can you tell?
Our DM casually dying. Meanwhile, I'm just here going, I guess.
Say hi?
Price is right. Price is right noises. You can
say
never get
hi?
old with those. Ever. Ever.
Hi, Kibby.
Kibby.
See, you want to say hi? Forehead. You want to say anything, Sassy? Anything? Okay. Sassy's not feeling too chatty. In the very least, not at the moment. So, give me just a moment. Area 2. Is this the quality that this map is at? You're fucking with me. Give me a minute. What is this bullshit I'm looking at?
I think I pissed him off.
No, it's
never
not
seen
you.
such
It's
bullshit.
Whoever drew these maps, I swear. Okay. You know what? We are not going to go with that. Fuck that. Affectionately.
Not affectionately. Degenerately.
So, if we're ready to continue, is the recording paused or unpaused?
I never paused it because I forgot.
So all of that's on recording? Noted.
Yeah, and I'm gonna.
Oh, hell yeah.
I volunteer to edit it just so I can add the fucking Ike Papyrus image into the video.
Oh my God.
Good. Okay, so
Just everybody gets to witness Cursed Skeleton
3,
Boodle's beloved.
2, 1. You are in the fog. Except it's not quite like any fog you've ever seen. It's far too thick, and it honestly feels far too solid. It feels less like you've dropped into a cloud and more like you've been dropped into the ocean. Except instead of the hundreds upon thousands upon millions of voices all whispering and trying to dominate the conversation at once. Some voices you swear you nearly recognize. Springbean, for a moment it almost sounds like parts of your swarm are trying to speak back to you through the fog, wondering where you are. Cherry, for a moment you can actually hear voices from your family. Marana, you can hear some from yours as well. We're not going into what Belle hears, but it is still very clear, as from what you've been told with Mimosa, this is not a real sound. It sounds so uncannily close to memory, and yet not. The mist moves around you, an ocean of gray ghosts without faces, as your souls are warped through essentially space and time in cartoon fashion, until eventually you are shunted down into a towering evergreen fir forest. Almost like the Forest of Tyvos, for those who have flashbacks to that. You don't immediately see what happens. All you know is you're approaching the ground at maximum speed, and then suddenly, boom, it's dark. You are unconscious for an unfathomable amount of time. I am going to roll a D5. So, let's see who wakes up first. Cherry. You wearily blink open your eyes, noting that you feel like you have a root beer hangover. How do you react upon waking up?
I think at this moment she doesn't say anything, but in her head you can definitely tell she's probably thinking to herself, oh boy, that's a lot of root beer. But also, are we back at Candy Clyde? Because I could have sworn I heard some folks that I know.
You're thinking it. No word
I don't
leaves
say
your
it.
mouth. Yeah, not a word leaves your mouth. And as you look around, you sort of come to your senses and realize, no, this doesn't look like the Candy Calliope. It's fir trees and
this is very much the opposite of a candy-filled kingdom.
Yeah, it's all dark, towering trees. It's an endless black sky without any stars to be seen. You can see the full moon is in full swing up top, just hanging over you like a great beaming eye. And the mist is dispersing, though it still hangs heavy over the land. What do you do?
I think the first thing she's gonna do is definitely call out Belle. Be like, Scratch, where are you? We're still at the party, aren't we?
You try to speak. You cannot. You try to speak again. Nothing. And you realize, as you feel over your face, your mouth isn't moving. Word cannot be allowed out, and there is no voice to escape it. And that's when you realize, wait, this doesn't feel the same. And you look and your hands are made of wood and iron.
Oh.
What in the world are you doing? Sorry, the cat is pawing at the wall for some reason. Yeah? Yeah?
Beam.
Can kidney is causing chaos.
Hey, no, hang on a minute. The blinds are off limits. The blinds are off limits. You come back here to my finger.
The kidney is causing chaos!
No, she's trying to go where she'll bend a blind. She's fine now. She's just flicking her tail.
Oh,
yeah,
baby.
you bored? Are you... Yeah, you bored? I have nothing to play with. Sorry.
Blind violence.
Anyway. So next we're going to roll a d4, see who wakes up next. As you look around, Cherry, you do see there are other bodies collapsed near you that haven't woken up yet. The next of which is Hoosh. Hoosh. You wait. Stop it, Sassy. I'm too sore to stop you. Please don't do that. I'm going to ignore the fact she's fucking with my blinds. Whoosh! Marana wakes up next. If it's catching the sound of her knocking my blinds around my microphone, I'm going to be upset. So, how does Marana... Okay, alright, you need to stop. Yes, you. Cease and... Stop it. Yeah. Stop playing with the blinds. Huh? Yeah? Do you want to complain a little? Yeah? You recognize you are misbehaving? Yeah? Your tail's flicking. Do you not like me getting this tone with you, young lady? Huh? Okay. Marana, you wake up. What do you do?
There are obviously trees around, and she's not gonna say anything, but on the inside she's like, great trees.
Actually, would you do me a favor and roll me a perception check?
Oh boy. Perception, I remember that one by heart because I know.
Are you bad at perception?
Yes. But not actually. Psych!
So, you wake up and you notice a feeling more than you notice your environment. The first complaint is, oh great, trees. And there appears to be a slow snow beginning to fall. You can't see whether there are any clouds in the sky for it, but it sure is starting. But then, as you adjust, you realize something crucial is missing. The body feels weird and out of place without it. As you sort of try to roll yourself over, you realize you almost feel... Well, you do feel heavier. You're certainly... Those are not hollow bones anymore, but you're missing some particularly important meat that you should be having on your body. In the form of wings.
Wings and tail!
Uh-huh. And as you sit up and you glance yourself over, you are in studded leather armor, trimmed in wolf and bear fur, with that lovely looking heirloom on your chest that is not at all an ominous emblem of doom. And no wings or tail to you whatsoever. Oh, also, there appears a little jester sitting near you.
I think she's just going to start to pace panically, and as the little jester digs at her, she just like does a quick little wave to acknowledge and say hi before just...
Oh, the jingle jingle. I'm imagining the excited wave back from this 1 foot tall toy jester.
What do you want? Stops and
the first thing you notice, by the way, is you're no longer speaking Sylvan.
Oh no.
You can suddenly speak Common very fluently, and you can comprehend what you're saying. Springbean, you wake up.
Oh boy, he sure does.
You don't really feel anything solid. And the truth is, you're not actually collapsed anywhere. You were sort of... The others hadn't really looked yet. They were focused on each other. You were sort of floating there, as if in a state of stasis. But suddenly there's a jolt and you are conscious. But you're not on the ground and you don't feel any leaves or skin or stem or anything. How do you react?
Well, he looks down and realizes he is if there is grass on the ground, he is taller than the grass.
And he is also floating.
And he's also floating.
Down. Get down, Sassy. Hey, that's not your spot. Get away from that. That is no, get away from that. Off, down. I cleaned up Dionysus's altar table for a reason. Do not get on that table.
And he looks at his hands and he looks down at her hands. Those aren't his hands. He does not have fingers usually.
That is correct. Now, would all of you like to do the honor of describing yourselves? One at a time. We'll start from the top. Cherry, how does your little toy jester look? Sorry, I mean, Ike. I'm sorry, I was thinking Cherry the character. Ike, how does your little jester look?
Probably about the same as that you would expect out of what the original character is for Piddlewick. Definitely a little metal jester. Definitely a little spooky.
He's a little wooden boy, except the difference is he's not 4 feet tall, he's just 1.
Oh yeah, no, he's very tiny. He's definitely like actual toy sized and not like human person sized.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? I mean, then again, that's probably not as weird in D&D, but in this case, it makes a little bit more sense to be tiny. Cherry's definitely not used to being small. Like, she's already used to being kind of small in a reasonable way of like 4 feet or so, but she's definitely a lot smaller than what she's used to. And she's been trying to get everyone's attention this entire time because she's like, I don't know where I am. I don't know who you are. I don't recognize you. But all everyone is getting is just...
I would die for this interpretation of Piddlewick. Also, you can, we'll continue description starting with Springbean. Describe yourself, if you would please, while I let the miscreant out.
Alright, yeah. How do I start describing this? Springbean right now is currently, not tiny, but a, child. He is okay, here, wait. He is a, I'm guessing, 3 foot something, maybe low 4 feet, just, humanoid child, okay, how do I describe things? I cannot describe things, but, golly, I wish I could word. Wow, okay. Let's try this again. Well, Springbean's a little ghost girl right now. And I drew this in the gallery chat. That images do better than descriptions. That's what he's looking like right now. And it's not very visible, but the right hand is a skeletal hand. I'm gonna put I've volunteered to edit, so I'm gonna be putting the image in the description. But some people don't look at the images. Okay. How do I describe shit? Sorry. Wait, Mike,
would you like me to describe it for you since I'm back after
I wanted to describe
after vacating the cat?
I wanted to describe it, my brain isn't cooperating.
Would you like me to do it?
You can do it.
The first thing to note is, similar to the cover art, all of these designs are a little more colorful and chromatic than you would expect of traditional grim, gothic horror realms. It is very much a bit more bright and colorful and dynamic, as is the case with the little ghost girl, Violetta, also known as Violet Durst, one of 2 ghosts.
Well, I was talking about an actual. I thought you meant an actual like description of it because not everybody looks at the video.
No, I'm getting to the. Yes, I'm getting to the description.
All right.
I just had to say that first. And as one of two little ghost girls, she stands about, we'll say 4 or so feet tall, looks to be about 12 or 13 at the time of her death, wearing these once elegant, deep purple and black children's clothes, lovingly embroidered with silver and white in various patterns. These range from abstract designs of a somewhat Scandinavian nature to flowers, leaves, and little fairies here and there. There are, of course, these little black lace-up boots which once looked like they fit a bit better, but now seem a bit too big for her, as she herself is gaunt and bony. Her eyes are wide and haunted without the sign of life or concern, and her face still shares the gaunt features she had at her death, lonely and starving in the death house. Long dark hair is drawn back, and it's not seen whether it's a bun or a tail, for it fades off into the ethereal after the fact, as does her rather tall collar cape clasped in gold, with little buttons that used to have her family's emblem on them, but have somewhat faded to obscurity. The inside of her cape fades to this bright chromatic pink, which fades into the ether, yet stands out against the cold of this Barovian winter night. These are not colors Springbeam would ever find himself in, as he is used to greens, browns, maybe reds given the autumn season. And her ashen gray skin contrasts well against what would be a lively green that he would have had. One hand retains the humanoid look, with the same 5 fingers, the skin, though it still looks rather bony, while the other, there is no skin left, it is a skeletal hand. Which I'm assuming Springbean is looking both of them over, as he's not used to the concept of fingers, or finger bones.
He really, he's looking at her hands, and then proceeds to try and feel around his like face now that he has one. I don't know if he actually feels anything, but yeah,
No, you don't feel anything.
Maybe his hands like go through the face. That'd be weird.
They do indeed, actually.
Hmm.
Since you're not yet in tune with the ghost feeling, and you're sort of dissociating at the moment, you do indeed go through yourself.
And he'll take their hands out of their face and just stare at them. Because boy, does he not know how to process this.
And whoosh. How would you describe Rahadin?
Rahadin is a fellow. No, I'm kidding. But I believe on the shorter end for those of his general species. I forgot to draw the image because brain work. But I assume he has sort of like a paler skin, mostly due to how the environment has affected him. And oh god, I feel like I'm being put on the spot.
Would you like me to do it for you?
Now I have like these very particular details in mind. I'm just not sure how to do it.
Well, take your time. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I would at least like to make the note that you are 300 pounds of muscle.
Yes, I was gonna get to that, but I wanted to do the outfit first.
Go ahead. I just like pointing out we have beefy elves in this district.
Oh yes, no, beefy is one way to say it, but
I'm sorry, do you want to take Rawhide out to dinner? Would you like to court the character? I say this affectionately, you can continue. I'm sorry, I had to make the joke.
It appears Hoosh is dead.
If you die in the game, you die in written. I'm kidding. Continue. I am waiting on ibuprofen to kick in so that I am not so hurty.
I'm sorry, that just caught me off guard. Okay. Can't do this. Help. I'm kidding, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Continue.
Oh God, where even was I? am lost.
Outfit. Rawhide's outfit. You were starting with Rawhide's
outfit. Okay. Style. Hair. Slicked back with a couple misplaced bangs of just peek out from the middle of the forehead. Stylish. Yeah. The leather armor he dons is studded in some places, flat in others, but along the left shoulder is it's not like a wing of sorts, but it's sort of decorated to make himself look more intimidating and large, taller than he actually is. So it sort of spikes out a little with a little bit of frayed edge to detail that it has been used to block incoming attacks. And he is muscle. More muscle than my brain would like to imagine. But not just muscle. It's hidden muscle, but it's very good muscle. Thick bones. I'm sorry, that's all you're getting out of my brain.
Compared to other elves who might be built as slim and lithe, we have one built more the way of the lumberjack. Which would make sense since Marana has unwittingly chosen Strahd's right-hand man to take instead of any other option. That then brings us to a small... Piddlewick, as you're sitting up and trying to get your bearings, you realize you're not sitting on grass. It's a little weird to feel, but it feels like soft cotton. Warm, cozy. And then it takes a minute. What would Piddlewick like to do?
I think, at least like Cherry's thought progress on this is definitely to look down and to see, okay, what am I sitting on exactly?
You are sitting on a rather tall figure in all white and gray robes, which are of a... If I had the correct thing on stand. Give me a second. I would love if this link would work with me. That'd be great. That'd be splendid. Could you cooperate with me? Also, I would like to, this is not a sponsor moment, I would like to thank ibuprofen for being here for bitches with periods. Feeling much better. I appreciate that. Cramps or pain. Wish we didn't have to cope with these.
Ibuprofen sponsor us. I'm kidding.
I mean, I could use the money. Ibuprofen, if you're listening.
Listen, if there's any company that would want to heckin' sponsorship heckin' EGAD, which is just a goofy little campaign full of tunes and D&D, I would argue to say maybe Coca-Cola? ? I don't know.
I mean, we do have
Anyway.
we do have a King Cola joke to make, but that's for later. I'm trying to find the... Here we go. Here's the clothing post. See, the thing about Barovian clothing is, unfortunately, the original artists stereotype it immensely. It's, for those of you not in the know of Curse of Strahd's materials, everyone is drawn one of two ways. If you're not a protagonist, you are either drawn in the grim, dreary blues of Barovian people, or the incredibly racist yellow of the Vistani. I'm not kidding. All the Vistani are drawn in yellow and black, and they do not look great. And all the Barovians are in this dreary, angular blue, where all of them essentially look like weasels or just sniveling bastards in the same morning clothes. There's no sense of development to the fashion. It's everybody's in doom and gloom all the time. And give me a moment. I'm still having some soreness, so I can't raise my volume too much. Really wish this time of month wasn't so miserable. Compared to other clothing that you might be wearing on your person, of course, we have the deep dark purples that are a little lost to the etherealness of the spirit. We have the surprisingly bright tones that Piddlewick II is wearing in spite of his jack-o'-lantern paint. And Rahadin in his delightful studded leather, trim fur for the season, and his cold cut expression. Among the dark colors, this one stands out for being dressed in whites and grays with trim of blue, silver, and gold. It's cotton and linen that's meant to be warm, and there is a heavy outer layer to the cloak and to the hat that is clearly meant to insulate for the weather. Though it does have the unfortunate look of almost looking like a wedding cape, so to speak, like a wedding trail, without quite meaning to. With these very big sleeves and these it's almost an apron-like cloth in the front, but is embroidered with various wildlife and flora native to Barovia and outside of Barovia. Followed by these winged figures whose features remain indistinct, but they do bear the distinction of feathery wings. And along the rather boxy-looking hat, you see a white mask, and you hear almost a familiar voice. It's just the accent is almost different. Almost. What landed on me? How do I get it off? And he looks down and sees a 1-foot-tall jester sitting on his lap.
In that moment, Cherry is definitely trying to communicate and be like, wait, is that Belle talking? Out of that dude? What? But all you can really hear is just...
I've got to roll insight. I need to find the sheet. Because now, congratulations, we are now officially out of main character sheets and back into the character sheets you have made. Congratulations. We're now working on NPC character sheets. Perception is a +9, so give me a sec. No, that's insight. I'm rolling him insight. What's his insight? +9. Got it. That could have been better, but he passes a 15, so he recognizes, right, the explanation. So I'm not looking at some weird demented Pinocchio jester. I'm looking at, and you hear in that accent, Sherry?
She would go, yeah, but again.
I'm imagining it's just a nod instead. And that's what's making the bell ding ding.
Oh, there's a nod as well. Yeah. She'll do anything to heck and get that noise to happen, basically. I feel like it would be very easy for this character to just have bells on them and just go ham with them.
Okay, and so he points a finger. So he points to Piddlewick II and goes, Cherry? He gets an affirmative ring, I'm assuming, and then he points toward, oh, there's a beefcake elf. The mask conceals the fact he is looking at that for a minute, and then goes, Marana? And, Marana, you can comprehend what he's saying in common.
I understand you.
That's Marana.
More
Alright.
panic than she needs.
So then, and he's glancing around, and it takes him a moment to notice the ghost girl. And he points to you, Springbean, now known as Violetta, or Violet, and goes, Springbean?
I'm gonna actually roll a perception check to see if he even notices through his just, like, dissociation right now. There we go, that's a 9.
He gets no answer, so you can't see his face. Though you can't see behind the mask in the dark eye sockets, there is a yellow glow that wasn't there before, and he tilts his head and sits up. Springbean? Is that Springbean? Can someone check?
Who's Springbean?
The little plant. The little plant.
The little plant thing was alive?
You get a distinct feeling as that masked face turns to you. You are 5 very unwise words away from homicide. You don't even need an insight check. You choose your next 5 words carefully.
Cherry's just trying to keep attention and go, no, I know what's happening now. I'm pretty sure this is Belle, and I don't know who the rest is. Except at this point in time, I don't think she actually ever knew that Belle is, in fact, Belle's name. So it's just Scratch the entire time, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's Scratch. And he would prefer Cherry call him Scratch. He doesn't want her calling him Belle. But, push, you good.
That was funny.
But you are 5 words away from homicide if you don't pick them wisely. What are your 5 words?
I'm sorry for insulting friend.
That is 6 words, homie.
I counted!
I am sorry for insulting friend.
Unless you
I'll take
combine
this,
I
I'm
am.
Insulting
Yeah.
friend. That is 5 words.
I'm sorry. I'll take it as I'm sorry. You said I am sorry. But, okay, so, for the moment, Belle looks satisfied, but he, of course, shuffles to his feet, and, okay, so first off, his balance is weird. Oh, okay, alright, okay, his feet are flat. Hang on.
Plantigrade be like.
And he lifts up the bottom of the robe like a little skirt, and he sees, he's got these lovely winter slippers on. Oh! And also his feet are flat, where are his oh right, the body switch thing he needs to get used to. He is also noticing, he doesn't even need the perception, something else is missing from his person, and yet not. Not all of the body felt weird getting up because, there's a heavy weight, so clearly there's wings. He doesn't feel his tail wagging or swishing. Turns. I'm going to hate this. No, this will be fine. We just help an old woman for my birthday. It's fine. Least I can do for a train. Least I can do for a choo-choo. This is fine. He's just reaching up and rubbing his temples through the mask. This is fine. 10 seconds in. 10 seconds out. What? Sorry, what? He's just very good jingles, and he is not going to be able to get used to the jingles.
I'm gonna roll another
Spring,
perception check.
yes, Spring, you get with advantage now
That's
because
a
there's
nat 20.
Yeah, they are now looking at you very confused.
Okay, the bell is definitely heard, but I think Springby might be looking to the other bell.
Yeah, you were seeing the abbot, and it isn't until he says, Springbean, are you alright? Is that you?
And he's finally looking at you.
And it takes you a bit, but yeah, you can kind of assume that Spell's personality coming through this weird white cloaked guy.
Oh, I think I was talked over when I said something, but
Oh, yeah, repeat what you said, sorry.
he just looks over. Scratch? But with a different voice, though definitely the same tone.
And he pauses and then he nods. Scratch. Yeah. And then, of course, there's a little jingling gesture at your feet, or lack thereof.
Why do you look like that?
We all switch. We all changed bodies. We're not the only two. That is. Stop jingling. Stop jingling. He walks over, just grabs the bell, just grabs it, just ding. Stop for like 5 seconds. Releases the bell. That is Cherry. That is Marana. Did I get the name right? He's asking Marana that. Did he get Marana's name right?
Yeah. How do you know
Okay.
my name?
We met at the Little Mouse's birthday coliseum thing.
I don't remember any of that.
I remember. You don't. Farewell, Shenanigans. Just gloss over it. So, if that's all of us, then... And he looks around, but he doesn't see Mimosa. You do hear the voice, however. Alright. Did it work? Is everyone accounted for? It seems to have. I have no tail, which I must complain about, but I don't have hooves, which I'm not complaining about. Is this how it's supposed to work? If you are in the bodies of the others, then yes, that is in fact how it is meant to work. Mimosa wanted to make certain that the transition was smooth and successful. It was, aside from several weird voices. I assume that's not normal? The mist is full of voices. You must learn to ignore them. Understood. So, where are we? Well, according to the map and by the tokens Mimosa has placed, you would be just outside the village of Kresk. Oh, how convenient! It is one of the places you may... Firstly, it is the place from which the abbot is from. He is in charge of the abbey there, clearly. Oh. You know, in my defense, I did not really register that he was a religious figure. I just saw the neat clothes. Mimosa understands they are very nice clothes, right? So, what do we do?
Dress like that.
Well, traditionally, when it comes to what Mimosa remembers of these cycles, a reading is done to determine where the artifacts needed to defeat Strahd are hidden. Traditionally, Mimosa remembers Madame Eva doing those. But Madame Eva is dead. Good riddance. So Mimosa will do the reading for you instead. And there is a brief moment as your characters do look up toward the voice. You do see that towering Furbolg silhouette, but you can barely see her in the darkness of the sky. You can only see it through what little white the snow provides. So she's clearly sort of GMing your situation, so to speak. But allow me to... You hear the shuffling of cards. Cardstock. This is a very familiar sound. And it takes a minute. And among the various mutterings you do hear, where are the artifacts needed to defeat the Dark Lord Strahd and thus break the curse over Barovia held for centuries? Where are the artifacts located needed to defeat the Dark Lord Strahd? And it goes on like this. So you hear a Alright, so traditionally a 5-card drawing is done for the fortunes of Barovia. So the first, you will need to find 3 artifacts of importance in order to defeat Strahd, whether he is at his full power or at his lowest. The first of these is the Tome of Strahd. It, from what Mimosa remembers, is essentially his journal, but holds a host of other information on his weaknesses and whereabouts. The location of the Tome of Strahd. This card would tell you of history. Knowledge of the ancients would help you better understand this enemy. There is a flip, and in your mind's eye you can see an image. And it is of the Abjurer, or the 4 of Stars, sitting upright. Now this image, in comparison to the art on the box, is surprisingly pixelated. It's more sort of like a video game cutscene than anything. Mimosa sees a fallen house guarded by a great stone dragon. Look to the highest peak in the beacon of Argenvostolt. And as she says this, a faint image comes to mind, a mountainous region with a ruined stone building, and a great dragon statue along with towers. Snow coats the mountain and the region, and figures vaguely move about before the image fades. The next card will tell you of the powerful force for good and protection. The holy symbol of great hope, known as the holy symbol of Ravenkind. It is a symbol once used by saints like Markovia and other holy crusaders to repel Strahd and other undead foes. There's a flip, and you see the 4 of coins, merchant, upright. You seek a cask that once contained the finest wine in all the land, of which not a drop remains for mortal or men to drink. This is not the same vision that would show Mimosa the Wizards of Wine, so Mimosa can only imagine one other place this would be with such fine wine. And you see a silhouette which Rahadin recognizes in the back of his mind as familiar. A towering silhouette of a Gothic castle propped up on a sharp, rocky precipice. Towering spires pierce the blackened sky, setting a dynamic silhouette against the full moon, ever glaring. Castle Ravenloft. The third card is a card of power and strength. It tells of the weapon of vengeance, the sword of sunlight, once wielded by Strahd's own brother in the fight against evil, then to be broken by him in an attempt to be destroyed, so that the Dark Lord could not be felled by any remains of his once sweet brother. The location of the sun sword is defined by the flipping sound, and you see the healer, inverted, 3 of glyphs. A pool once blessed by the light of the white sun in the west has been corrupted as of late. It must be cleansed, but beneath that darkness light is yet buried. And this is an image that's familiar to Bell, to the abbot, not to anyone else. But it shows a ruined gazebo that is now overgrown with menacing dark vines and patrolled by shady figures with gleaming red eyes. This card next sheds light on the one who will help you in the battle against darkness. Your greatest ally and most powerful asset in the fight against Strahd. The card flips, and for a moment you hear her break that fortune-telling behavior to go, "Fuck Mimosa. Everything alright up there?" This card depicts the brother of those some would call the Devil's Bride. Mimosa knows it's not. He is called the Lesser, but his soul is powerful. Mimosa was sort of hoping he wouldn't have to be involved, though. That would be very nice on this lovely lady. But no, apparently prophecy just has to dictate that he needs to involve himself in more dangerous business. As if his hair hasn't already gone white with stress. Is everything alright up there? Everything is fine. Everything is... what is the phrase? Peaches and cream.
What is that saying, old lady?
Mimosa does not know too many phrases for how things are going well. You are looking for Ismar Koljanovic, Irina's brother. Who's Irina? Shit, you don't know who Irina is. Mimosa will explain in a minute. Essentially, her brother is the one who would help you fight Strahd. As much as Mimosa would wish he didn't. He deals with a lot of stress, and he's going to be difficult to convince to assist you until he knows Irina's safe. It happens every cycle. You get used to it.
Cherry is just going, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's get on with it. We don't have time to chat. We should be doing the thing. Again, but the sad thing is, like, only her emotion, like, only her body movement would probably reflect that kind of impression. Because, you know, all she's going is...
I'm just imagining you moving like a little excited Rankin Bass puppet, just tugging.
Oh, exactly.
Tug, point, point, jingle, jingle. And Belle's just like, just a moment. This is important. Just a moment. We'll get to moving just a minute. And he grabs the bell again, just just a moment. Thank you. And there's just, I'm assuming, a muffled jingle from his hand. But, he glances up, and then the final card is, of course, the most important one, as said. For this is the location of Strahd. He is ever and always found in different locations with different cycles. Mimosa remembers much, but the cards tend to pinpoint which ones he cycles between. Where Strahd can be found for your final confrontation is... There's a flip, and the image of a card comes to mind. A man screaming as his reflection shatters, showing glimpses of a broken life and a broken man. The broken one, whoosh, reversed. Fascinating. Fascinating? He haunts the tomb of the man he envied above all. But it is the tomb that haunts him. Is he guilty? The image does not show anything distinct at the moment, but again, Rahadin, you are sort of the one to recognize it. As is Piddlewick, you are as well. It is a location in Castle Ravenloft, which shows beautiful painted murals, 3 different statues, and in the center, 2 sarcophagi, one of which remains open, and the other sealed shut, with the image of a handsome man at rest, his hands clasped over his chest, and over a sword he lost long ago, laying peacefully atop. The image shows a silhouette of an indistinct man you have no detail on, curled over that sarcophagi as if sobbing. And then the image fades. You too recognize this as the tomb of Sergei von Zerovic, Strahd's brother. That unfortunately means 2 of your most important locations are in the castle that's impossible to navigate. Luckily, you 2 picked characters that know the layout like the back of your fucking hand.
I think on that note, I feel like Cherry would want to just start going forward just to like get to where they need to be, because she's just like, well, what are we waiting for?
Also, I have an
We're
important
adventuring.
question.
We gotta do the thing.
Like, I have an important question.
Right.
Is the bell outside or inside the guy?
I'd say outside. I'm pretty sure it's like on his hat.
Springy
Yeah,
is
he has
playing with the bell.
And his outfit, generally.
Even some
has-
eyeliner.
Like, he has just stopped paying attention to the entire monologue and is playing with the bell.
And Hoosh, what did you say?
I said I'm giving him some eyeliner.
Oh my god. Here's the issue. You don't have eyeliner on your person. Oh wait, are you saying for the drawing? I thought you...
Yes, for the drawing.
No, I'm going to hand Hoosh's character eyeliner in the game. Just reach my hand out. Here you go. Have some canonical eyeliner, even though you don't even know what that is, probably. I don't know, man.
Ike, would you do me a favor? Roll me a D100.
Oh no.
Fuck around and find out. Roll me a D100.
Please succeed.
That's a 37.
Sadly, not low enough. There is a moment your inner cartoon instinct feels, oh, is there a bit? And you reach. Your pocket, there's no hammer space. Your pocket feels limited and tightly sewn, and it's pillowy, yeah. Your body is actually made of a surprisingly plush material to conceal some of the mechanics that go into your making, but no hammer space?
She just pouts. She's like, well, gee. They really decided not to have tones here, isn't it? Not that anybody can understand her in any of her comments, but...
I'm just abashed.
She digresses. She digresses.
Just
It's
sad
fine.
bell noises.
The towering abbot, of course, looks down and sees this pouting jester, and of course the ghost girl that's playing with it. And there's a moment of tug at the heartstrings before he's gonna reach down and just pick up the little mechanical jester and just hold in his arms. Cherry, for probably one of the first times in a while, you are being held by what is essentially Scratch.
Yeah, she just lets it happen.
She's being held like a cat. She's just being held like a small child, and she just allows it.
Springbean's still playing with the bell.
But they continue walking through the woods, and as Mimosa watches the scene, she does still continue at least speaking to you as you move. The closest location Mimosa has set you toward is Kresk. That will be the place you wish to go first. The townsfolk will not trust many of the others, but you, in the abbot. Yes? They will trust you. You will have to be in charge of assuaging their fear. Mimosa is not certain how you will handle the corrupted shrine, but she wishes you luck. We'll see what happens. And you walk through the mist with the milk light of moon. Tragically not the month of May. But it's cold. It's not cold in the natural way. Not cold in the way that Marana you would be used to for a traditional winter environment. It's still the cold that bites at the throat and the sinuses. It's the cold that is... It isn't still. But it isn't a living cold either. There's no natural feeling to it. The wind feels forced, as if someone is directly trying to cut at you with gales of ice instead of just a breeze brought about by natural weather. The wind itself feels against you. The clouds begin to roll in, turning the scene from this deep, dark black, slowly blanketing it in white. The same as the abbot or Belle's robes. And of course, Belle is still trying to put the thought of, okay, I'm sitting in the body of a cleric. This is fine. I'm stuck impersonating a religious figure in what's clearly a respected community. This is fine. This is normal. This is fine. This is normal. I can cope. This is fine. This is normal.
But little does he know, it's not fine. Nor normal.
And
No, is he saying that out loud or no?
kind of, you need to roll a perception check to see if you can hear them muttering.
Can I also roll perception because Springbean is right next to
Yes.
me? Yippee.
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna do that too. If I remember.
26.
Oh, I forgot we're using the
19.
other cheats. Nice. I need to actually. Look at
Oh,
the
right. No, that's the. I accidentally used the wrong modifier. Whoopsies. I'm so used to using
would
Springbean's
be-
modifier. That's not a 20. That's not a 27. Or that's not a 26. That is a 21. Sorry.
Okay, so a 21 and Ike, a 19. You can kind of hear them muttering, and there's sort of a movement to the body where you. Whoosh, your 22 also gets it. My apologies. Everyone can sort of hear the muttering. He's trying to be covert about it and try to be professional because you are now suddenly stuck in a situation in presumably a world beyond understanding.
Yeah.
And Belle is trying not to feel like, okay, I agreed to help, but I don't want to feel like this is my fault.
In
This is
immediate
fine.
response, Cherry's going to try to give him a pep talk, but the problem is that, well, communication is kind of lost in translation, I guess, because,
And
What?
Belle can
What
hear
did we try to lighten the mood?
Aw. And, Hoosh, what did you say?
What role would it be to try to lighten the mood? Would that be like a persuasion or something else?
Persuasion or performance, depending on how you go about it. I am, however, going to roll insight to see if, actually, Ike, DM to DM, would you rule a roll to try and understand through the rings as insight or intelligence?
I think because it's like, you know, when you look at a bell, the noise isn't going to be very easy to understand, aside from maybe pitch, if any.
Mm-hmm.
If it's going to go into the cartoonish direction ever so slightly.
Also, can I
Despite the character not being a cartoon. But,
Oh, you're bringing
I want to say insight would probably fit perfectly for it,
That's
just to get the rough idea of what they're intending to do.
Can I do something?
That is a +9.
Everybody started
yeah.
talking right after the rules were made, so I couldn't say anything.
Go ahead, say something.
Sorry. Like, okay, I was half spaced out typing because I can only focus on one thing at a time. So, wait, what did the insight or the perception roll? Did that one succeed?
You could at least tell that Belle was sort of muttering to himself, trying to remain calm and not blame himself for this, and it's fine, he can cope. He's impersonating a powerful religious figure in a community that clearly trusts him. This is fine, this is normal, he can cope, this is fine, he can normal, I can cope, this is fine, I'm normal, I can cope, this is fine, this is normal, I can cope. It's good for that, it's fine.
Is just,
it's
like,
for that, it's fine.
Springbean's floating next to, before he was playing with the bell earlier, but now he's, looking at the other bell, and just looks at his now ghostly hands, looks at Belle. He's gonna stick his hand right through his head.
And you see him visibly shudder more like a cartoon, and he almost wobbles like a ghost in all his white clothes as he steps back.
He takes his hand back.
Damn it! Oh, bummer.
Well, Hoosh, firstly, there was the cold hand. Hoosh, you rolled a 6. So how do you try to make Belle's chuckle with a 6?
You know your mask? It doesn't suit you. Let's paint it.
I am going to very politely put a pin in that. Why did you stick your hand in my face? That was so cold! Though, you did notice one thing. Springbeam, when you stuck your hand through him, there was a moment that it almost felt solid. It wasn't for the fact of you touching skin. For a moment, you actually felt fur.
Guess store that knowledge for later, but in the response to what Belle said, Springbeam's just like, I got curious.
Well, maybe politely ask in the future before sticking your face somewhere you're curious about. He sort of shudders and shakes off that feeling. And the sad thing is the way he shakes, you think his tail would shake with him, but no tail to shake. He notices that and he visibly mopes. The sooner we help, the sooner I get my tail. The sooner we help, the sooner
I love that during all of this, I'm pretty sure Cherry is still going on with her little pep talk and attempts to get through to him and go, oh my god, it's going to be okay. You're going to be okay. We just got to go through this and then you'll get your tail back and everything will be fine and dandy again.
I will say.
But again.
Ike, would you say a 12 is enough to understand in terms of cartoon logic and for the bit?
I think so. I just enough to be like, okay, there's definitely like some kind of thing she's trying to explain to him to try to make him feel better.
So it takes him a minute because you can clearly see by being scared by Ghost Girl and
and then you get somebody trying to make him chuckle but failed, and then there's Cherry just going ring 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 the entire time.
And he kind of holds it for a moment and picks her up and goes, okay, do the ringing again but slower. And he's going to continue walking, but he has Cherry looking at him. So even though you're going to make the rings, speak like you are speaking normally. Like, what is Cherry saying here?
I think coming from Cherry, she's probably thinking along the lines of, Scratch, you're gonna be okay. I know it probably is weird and quite an out-of-body experience if you ask me, but we're gonna be okay. We just gotta do this little thing, get it done, save the day, and then we'll be back home before you know it. And then you'll have a tail back, and then you can be happy again, and we can celebrate your birthday with some cake or something. Doesn't that sound great?
You stare at that for a moment, and of course there's a moment you expect, there is jingly, I cannot get through. But mostly it's because you can't really read beyond the full face mask that the abbot wears. But roll me an insight check. With advantage, since you know Belle so well.
Oh.
You get a friendship roll, come on. Well, that firstly is a dirty 20. You can't get much better than that unless you roll a nat 20. Which sadly you don't. It takes you
20.
Because, again, you're not used to Belle concealing every piece of himself. You've seen him in disguises before, but usually some part of his body is visible. In the abbot's form, the abbot keeps everything concealed in white. Arms, hands, face, everything. You can see nothing, not even a lock of hair. In truth, he looks more like a bishop that is moving across a chessboard than an actual human being. But you see the way the shoulders sink, and you can actually you have socialized with Belle enough off-duty, you can actually hear the smile on his face. As you hear him say, you know, that does sound rather nice. But I'm not exactly used to saving the day. So, it's not exactly my job.
Well, it is for me, so as long as I'm around, we'll be okay. We just have to work together. You know a lot of things that I don't.
Most of them don't apply to being a man of the cloth. And he nods, and before you immediately make the realization of, wait, he's responding. Wait, he can talk! He turns you right back around, holds you right back in his arms, and just continues walking toward the village. It just excited Chico. But Marana, you don't get the inclination as to whether he directly took that as an insult or not, but you didn't get a chuckle. He does seem cheered up, at least by the general conversation. So at the moment, you're fine. At the moment.
Oh, she's on thin fucking ice.
I was imagining you frozen for a moment before just sighing with relief. What the fuck? Sorry, not an important thing. But anyway, I was reacting to something in a different server. Don't worry about it. It's Minecraft related. Don't worry about it. There wasn't a sign man sighting. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway.
Oh boy, I need to look at the Minecraft server now.
We already made meme jokes. We play Minecraft. Cry about it.
Anyway.
Okay, so let me I need to bring the description to the town up. Give me a split second.
While you're grabbing that, I just want to describe that Springbean is still just like now that he's gotten over most of the shock of being a ghost humanoid now, he is now sticking his hands back in through his face again, but for funsies this time.
Oh, buddy. Buddy. You eventually continue until you actually find an old road, broad enough for 2 or 3 entire carriages, and presumably several horses, but worn down enough that you're not entirely sure where the road stops and starts because of the mixture of snow and the wear and tear. But Bill kind of glances at it for a moment, and then he starts heading a specific direction, and you realize he's sort of heading upward. The road branches north and climbs a rocky escarpment, ending at a gatehouse built into a 20-foot-high wall of stone, reinforced with buttresses about every 50 feet or so. The wall encloses a settlement on the side of a snow-dusted mountain spur. Beyond the wall, you can see the tops of the snow-covered pines and thin, white wisps of smoke. The somber toll of a bell comes from a stone abbey that clings to the mountainside high above the settlement. The steady chime is inviting, a welcome change from the deathly silence and oppressive fog and howling wind which has greeted you. It's hard to tell at this distance, but there appears to be a switchback road clinging to the cliffs that lead up from the walled settlement to the abbey. And allow me to grab the map real quick. Is it in the handout section? Chapter 8 handout. That is the abbey. That's not the handout I'm looking for. Excuse me, may I copy this image? Thank you. And you were about to see my slight complaint with the maps in this region. I'm hoping for my players in my home game I'm able to make a custom map, but I wouldn't know the first place where to start. So for players chat, if it'll paste correctly, this is the map of Kresk. Firstly, it doesn't look the slightest bit snow-dusted, but that's fine, and it's forgivable. Now, in the back of Bell's mind, he glances up toward that towering building on the side of the mountain and goes, Abbey of St. Markovia. Do believe that is part of our destination? And according to the memory I'm fishing, that is where the abbot lives. As well as his... And he pauses walking for a minute and stops. Daughter? Mimosa? Does this guy have a kid? And he glances up, but he gets no response. Oh boy. And he shakes his head and... where you are at the moment approaching this place is you are essentially at S1 to S2. You are essentially approaching this gatehouse wall. And there is a moment you can see sort of from the parapets, you can see a very well, warmly bundled, though raggedy-looking guard that's looking out. He appears to pull out a sort of spyglass, as if to get a better view, because that is a rather tall parapet. And then he shouts over, "The abbot is back!" And there is an indistinct amount of shouting as you hear multiple voices suddenly going to unlock and open the gates. And Bill, I'm gonna call you Piddlewick from this point on, but know that I mean Cherry. Piddlewick, even though he's wearing a lot of heavy clothes, you can kind of tell that Bell is sweating underneath by means of toon logic.
It's like the position, like the body position, like your body language does say a lot.
Mm-hmm. And it's sort of the thing of you guys are in foreign bodies that are clearly not tuned, but you know how to read the tune. And he is nervous, but he's doing his best. I actually need to roll him something real quick. What is the abbot's deception skill real quick? Oh, buddy, it's worse than Bell's. Oh, tragedy. It's only a +5.
Hey, +5 isn't that bad.
To Bell, look, 1 point makes all the difference. Oh. Unless you roll a 23.
Yes, 1 point definitely made that difference. If not, it would have been a 24.
So, Piddlewick, you're the only one that feels that nervousness. Otherwise, he appears statuesque. You're certain it's more the clothes that are helping that out, but Bell is at least doing a good job of acting proper, acting composed, acting like, you know, you guys aren't deciding the fate of a world. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. And then eventually, these towering gates push open, and it takes some force. And you see one of those cloaked guards approach, and then immediately freeze as soon as he sees the rest of the crowd. Abbot, sir, it's so good to finally... What appears to be the matter, son? That... Isn't that... And he is looking directly at Rahadin.
Little finger wave.
Roll me deception with disadvantage. It's either deception or performance. Either way, disadvantage. Well, actually, I will say disadvantage on deception. You'll do performance straight, though. So performance doesn't have disadvantage.
Okay, I'll just do performance.
Would you like to state what you rolled for the class?
I know that one.
+4 makes a 5. So the guard pauses and gives. For context, this guy is bundled up very much like a. It is very much a sort of. Where the fuck is my post? Here it is. It is a heavy set of Hungarian winter clothes that clearly has a little bit of armor padded to it, but it is mostly meant to be like, okay, we are so used to the cold lasting this long, we don't want to freeze to death, please. And so the only thing you can see, and these are protected by a sort of sheet of glass, like a form of goggles, are the guard's eyes, which blink and then sort of narrow at Rahadin as his head tilts in a body language that any tune can read as, what the fuck? The abbot, on the other hand, raises his hand and goes, "We are matters personal and important regarding the safety of Kresk and the surrounding land. Pay no mind to him. He is here on proper business. And I'm going to roll him deception. Actually, let me coin flip deception or how's his performance? For once, it's even, and that feels like an insult. We're gonna coin flip this. 1 is deception, 2 is performance. Deception. Okay. 1d20 plus 5. And he gets advantage, so 2d20 plus 5. He didn't even need it. That's a 23. And he glances at the rest, but he doesn't really have questions for the others. He sees there's clearly the spirit of this little girl, and he's carrying a toy in his arms, it looks like, but this toy is clearly rusty and dirty, and then you can kind of see the gears turning in the guard's head, and he strains and goes, "Of course, I will alert the others at once." And as the abbot starts to walk through, he goes, "One note, though, sir." "Yes, son?" Your daughter was worried about your extended absence. You may want to speak to her soon." Belle pauses on that for a minute before nodding. "I will speak to her as soon as possible. Thank you." "Oh, because the snow is falling and I am a bit weary from my travels, could you remind me where the gazebo shrine is?" The guard sort of shrinks a bit, and Belle for a moment looks down. The just.
Oh, you were cutting out a lot, Mikey.
Oh no, yeah, you cut out for a moment there.
I should not be cutting that. Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
It's good now.
It's good now, yeah.
He has essentially heard the jingles, and he briefly picks up the toy gesture and goes, "What are you saying, little one?" And you can clearly tell Cherry he's putting on the act of the abbot. So, Cherry, speak translated.
Cherry doesn't exactly have a plan to act in this moment, but she's just like, yeah, where do we go from here? Totally got stuff to do, right?
We are going to visit the abbey first. Apparently we need to speak to the abbot's daughter too. I'm going to the abbey to see my daughter. She is clearly worried, and I would like to assure her that this business we are on is not of any ill nature. She has been very worried of me as of late. And I'm just imagining he's talking, and just the gesture's just nodding, jingle, jingle, nodding, jingle, jingle.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Just, yeah, okay.
You have a daughter.
There is a very quiet whisper, apparently. Afterward, we are going to pay a visit to the shrine. The shrine, sir? He turns. The one that the druids of Yesterhill have taken? That one? One and the same. Do you see a problem? No, not at all. Would you like the guards to accompany you, or? No, we can handle it. You go ahead and get back to your post. Remember to stay warm, alright? Of course, sir. And he sort of stumbles on off, but, there's a moment that, if you are too cold, you can head on home and rest. Just remember to lock your door, alright? And stumble turns into a skip, and is clearly a little nicer for having interacted with the abbot. Belle briefly... The mask hides the fact he has a crisis before he continues walking through town. So, give me a moment to pull up the town again. Christ, this map. I swear to S2 progression S3. Jingle, jingle, yes, Jester?
She's probably just commenting on her own, just like, oh, come on, Bill, it's gonna be okay. It's good. Come on, Scratch, it's gonna be alright. Let's keep going. I guess. This is all for the greater good, right? It'll be fine.
Belle nods, maintaining the hold on. Eventually he does set the Jester down, but he still reaches down to hold your hand like you're a little child.
Oh my god.
And you have the tiniest hands now, by the way. Tinier than your toon hands.
Well, yeah, like you're compared to like a 1 foot doll compared to You know?
The abbot.
Who was quite tall last time, remember?
But you pass by the square towers with their peaked roofs, the stone archway, the 12-foot-tall, iron-bound wooden doors. You enter the town of Kresk. And every so often, every 300-foot stretch of wall is watched by one or two lone guards. But aside from that, you don't really see people out in the cold. And most people are hurrying away to try and find shelter. The mist-shrouded village beyond the wall is nothing more than a scattering of humble wooden cottages, not colleges, wow. Hey, we found PU University where the Dover boys are. I'm sorry.
Ah, yes, College Town. Continue.
Cottages along dirt roads that stretch between stands of snow-dusted pine trees. So many trees, in fact, as to constitute a forest in its own walls. To the northeast, gray cliffs rise sharply, and the road winding up to the abbey is easy to see from this vantage point. Now, Bell, of course, is making way toward the abbey, but he's... Again, Cherries, you are the closest. Tiddlewick, you are the one that can still feel he's, a little nervous, and I actually have to make him a roll with the abbot stats for memory. So, that is a 1d20... No, that's a wisdom save. And with the abbot, he gets a +9 to that. Okay!
Oh! While
I'm figuring this out, by the way, would the rest of you kindly do me a favor? I will state for the record that is a nat 20 +9. Would the rest of you do me a favor and roll me an insight check?
Oh,
but
boy.
It's not for Bell.
Will do. Insight. Man, I miss Springbean's insight modifier so much.
You'll get it back after tomorrow, I
It's
promise.
only a +2 here. I missed the +7. Okay, it's a flat 10.
Okay, so that is a nat
Dirty 20, let's go.
Flat 10, flat 20. What else?
And
What other flat numbers can we get?
60. So we'll go from top to bottom. Petals, Springbean. As you're heading along, of course, the feeling of occupying a ghost's form is different than that of occupying a body, in that you can technically still feel something here, but you don't really get a sense of word with it. You get a feeling, though, and you kind of had that feeling since you first woke up. A sort of dual feeling, not aside from your own dissociation, but a curiosity, a surprise, and excitement. And the closest you almost think you get to hearing something is when the wind howls enough. You're the only one that is not affected by the cold because you're dead as dirt, which is sure a thing to grapple with. But for a moment, you almost hear, "Who are you?" But it's gone before you can answer. As you're in the town, you can sort of feel this sense of childlike curiosity, looking at all these cottages and trees and the towering abbey. Taller buildings than than she's ever seen. They look warm. She doesn't remember the last time she was warm. Next on the list, Piddlewick. Because of the dirty 20,
What does Terry get?
While you have no means of, communicating outside of Bell, who miraculously understands your bells by means of bell-to-bell communication, Tish.
Oh my god.
You do actually realize there is a sound you can hear that no one else does. And it also sounds like jingling for a moment, as your bells sort of move back and forth, and it takes a minute to sort of glance over, and it's almost as if you can see it in your shadow, though you're barely one that's cast due to the way the snow is falling. It's more of the torchlight that's scattered here and there. But as it looks over, you actually do hear a voice. "Not from around here, are you?"
Well, no.
Clearly not. Where'd the old lady find you? Comic book?
Inkwell, that's a place. It's a place on the tour.
Never heard of it.
Well, who are you? Who am I listening to? My name's Jerry.
Who am I? You know who I am. You're sitting in my spot. I'm Piddlewick the Second.
Oh, that's you. Okay, that's good to know.
And due to your dirty 20, you were the only one that could see that your shadow. You're the only one that gets to see it actually move, almost like Pinocchio is walking next to you. It's that happy wooden boy walk, just with a little bit of rust to the joints. It's Pinocchio if he had a limp. Poor guy. Really wasn't expecting somebody like you to crop up. The old lady's had a lot of weird friends, but never seen nobody like you.
Well, in fairness, I've never seen anybody like you before either. But it's a lovely sight to see, though. It's a good change from the whole norm. I tend to travel a lot.
Oh, but your soul is so brightly colored. I haven't had access to bright colors in centuries. It sucks.
I can imagine.
It sucks, donkey! And before you could say donkey dick, it senses him out with a bell.
Oh.
You've never heard someone swear to your face before, but he didn't get to because censor.
Listen, there's a lot of times where I honestly wish Cherry could swear, but like by toon law, she just can't. She's incapable of swearing.
Let Cherry
Like, if
say
she tries
fuck
to
2023.
If she tries to say that, she's gonna end up saying duck instead.
Duck, truck, suck, buck, ruck, luck. Just a lot of things that are just not fuck. But
Exactly. She's not a stranger to tunes being able to swear, but like, to her, she's just incapable of actually saying it herself.
still, ignoring the color complaint. Once I'm famous, I'll get to fix all my colors, and I'll be bright and beautiful as I'm supposed to be.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Look, I'm here to help the old lady that you were mentioning, and I'm just here to generally help in general. So
I was gonna ask about that, cause see, here's the thing about that nice lady. See, and he kind of stops in front, even though Belle just keeps right on walking, just walks through the shadow. You still see it floating in front. That old lady's name is Mimosa. Like the drink. She's fun. But more than being fun, she's nice. And she's the only one that's ever laughed at my jokes.
oh my,
So if anything happens
is
to
anybody
her,
else not doing
I
that?
get it.
Okay. don't need to freak out about it. I mean, we could probably figure something out. Maybe you could get like a show going, or what kind of stuff do you do? Exactly.
Oh, what do I do? I do everything. I do acrobatics, I do body horror, I do magic tricks, I tell jokes, or I would if they gave me a stupid voice box. I have the best jokes, but I can't tell them to nobody because nobody allowed my mouth to open. Nobody gave me a voice box. I can't tell anybody a joke for somebody to laugh at if I can't talk. But no, Mr. Weeg has to go and just make me silent. Jesters aren't silent. Who the fuck makes a silent jester? Honestly.
I don't think I've ever met a silent jester before.
No, because those are mimes.
Yeah. Mimes are kind of... They always tend to get stuck in things. But I don't think you're very stuck at all. Well, you're stuck in a situation, but that's besides the point.
Oh, yeah. I've been stuck in a closet for several decades, but I mean, I've come out.
Oh, that doesn't sound great. I'm glad for that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got out.
Yeah, no thanks, Strahd. But before you can ask on that, it instead transitions to the 16 Babushka. And again, I cannot stress enough, you were not actually having a verbal conversation, you were essentially realizing, oh, the consciousness is here. Huh. Pooch. As you are walking around the town, it's quiet And while you're walking with the group, it does feel like you're not alone, but you don't see anybody traveling with you. You don't see anything like your shadow animating like the dirty 20 that Sherry got. You see nothing like that. But it doesn't feel like you're alone. You feel watched, but as you look around, you don't see anybody else. And because you passed the 15 necessary to hear a voice, you hear this other voice go, "Eyes ahead, soldier."
And now you're a dragon. Now what are you gonna do about it?
I'm not a dragon. I don't know what
I
you're talking about.
was. Shut up. I'm not good at words.
Clearly not. Are you a hatchling? Hatchlings are the only ones so clumsy in Dragon Age.
I'm trying to come up with an insult, but it is so hard.
You feel that look of judgmental cold steel, and you can kind of gander that, oh, this is the guy you're possessing. Rahadin.
Oh, are you that main character guy?
The what? No, I think I just got what your thought was trying to say. I am Rahadin, Chamberlain of Strad von Zerovic, and you are currently
Great.
piloting my body. I request that you stop.
You can't make me.
I really wish I could. I was supposed to be buying time for Strahd to arrive and interrupt this little charade, and instead, now I'm stuck watching you try to ruin it. Miserable.
Good. Maybe you'll learn some.
Right, like I didn't just happen to overhear the insults you were trying to sling earlier. The pot need not insult the kettle in the same drawer. Now, as I said, eyes ahead. You don't need to look at any of them. They're of no concern to you. And you do at least get the feeling with the mental thought that the them he's talking about are the lower class people that are hurrying to their houses to stay warm, that are just shuffling past you. Though some are either shuffling past out of intimidation or slowing down to stare at the abbot with this interesting crowd. You know, the ghost girl, Rahadin, the right-hand man of what they call the devil, and the little toy.
I really like your eyeliner. I wish I had eyeliner like yours.
Roll me a persuasion check. You have an attempted antagonist trying to be rude, and you're just like, I like your eyeliner. I need to see if this works.
Say that again?
Persuasion.
Okay.
There is a brief pause, and you, for some reason, kind of feel your body straighten out as if a little prideful. You sense a feeling of confusion and surprise. I would like an insight check with advantage since you are currently possessing his body.
Okay. My fingers are jelly. Trying to draw the eyeliner.
That is a mood. My fingers are just jelly because of the fucking cold. Why is
insight or what? Was it insight?
It is insight with advantage since you are possessing his body.
Okay. Just get it copied. And then copy that again. Nice.
There is a brief moment. You almost think you've caught him off guard, which you have, but part of you would wonder why. If this was a man so proud of himself in his position with the Count, or with the Lord, rather, why would he be surprised at a compliment? But as you realize the feeling... As you realize the feeling, you realize it's not just surprise at the compliment. Feeling through that feeling through to the memory, almost as if you're invading his privacy rather than yours, you realize, looking through his character, he's never been complimented.
You need better friends, buddy.
I do not need friends.
Yeah, you do. Your memories say otherwise.
I have my family and my work to do.
Family ain't friends. You can choose your friends and family, buddy. It's called a found a family. Have you heard of it, bud?
I have, actually. I've dismantled many in my
Good.
lifetime.
Ditch him.
Found family is very easily dismantled. I've seen to it personally. This won't change anything, you know.
Are you sure about that?
You get dead silence, but you can feel the equivalent of just like he is just muffling the phone, like, I'm not hearing you. I am not listening to this nonsense.
Suit yourself.
As you are heading up, of course, the gale does feel a little worse the higher up you get, because, again, you were scaling part of a mountain to get up to the Abbey, but it's not as bad as it was outside the wall. There is clearly a benefit to all the trees here that is assisting in not as much wind cut, so to speak. You know how cold wind just cuts you? Not as much.
Yep.
And I actually need to pull up a particular character, since you're about to be meeting her here shortly. The village... Is it in the village of Chris? Let's see. Special events. Huh. Okay, we'll get to that for a moment. Oh, I'm so glad I scrapped that part. I hate that they wrote that into the... Ugh. Okay, we're skipping over that. Where is the stat one girl? Skipping over... No, this involves Irina. You haven't found Irina yet. Hang on a moment. Is it in the named NPC section? Where did they put her? Hang on. Okay. Is it in the Abbott section? Is it in the Abbott section? Maybe? They had to have given her a staff. Like, I could have swore they did. I can improvise if I need to. I remember enough, but I would like not to. Let's see. Oh, right. Okay, so, let's see. Where is this her? Is this her? Yes, it is. Okay. As you approach the Abbey, I need to grab the description for the Abbey. Do forgive me, this would not be taking so long if I just didn't have to find the description sections. We will be speeding through this. Again, as mentioned, we are going to try to get through getting the 3 things as quickly as we can, but still with enough time for character. Abbey of St. Markovia. Abbey of St. Markovia. Here we go. Give me the description, please. Okay, so we have a map for this place. Cool. That means I have another thing to show you guys. Ignore if it mentions anything about mongrel folk. They are not canon to this one. Fuck the mongrel folk part. Hate it to pieces. Also, if I start lagging, I accidentally clicked to launch something. I'll have to exit it here shortly. But, we have a map to the Abbey of St. Markovia. I would love to exit out of the thing I clicked on an accident. Please. Please. I don't want this launched, buddy.
Want me to edit out this pause?
If you would please, yeah. I accidentally clicked the Minecraft launcher, so it's loading the Minecraft launcher.
Whoopsies.
In my not in my defense, but in my accusation, I did unwittingly drag it next to the Discord button, so that was on me. Okay. So first and foremost, I am saying not just above board, but to the audience, you don't have to worry about the mongrel folk here. We're not touching that god awful plotline with a 10-foot pole. Fuck it. Fuck what they tried to do with the mongrel folk. Fuck them trying to demonize the mentally ill. Fuck that. That being said, let me get the description for the very introductory area. Is S6. If I can load the map. Okay, S6 is the entrance. Good. The road from the village climbs above the mist to the wide ledge on which the abbey is perched. A light dusting of snow covers the trees and the rocky earth, quickly growing. The gravel road passes between two small stone outbuildings, to either side of which stretches a 5-foot-high, 3-foot-thick wall of jumbled stones held together with mortar. Blocking the road are iron gates attached to the outbuildings by rusty hinges. They appear to be unlocked. Viewed through the gates, the stone abbey stands quiet. Its two wings are joined by a 15-foot-high curtain wall. A belfry protrudes from the rooftop of the closer north wing, which also sports a chimney billowing gray smoke. You do see one or two figures that are hurrying along, one of which appear to have been coming down from a higher point, likely the one responsible for ringing the bell, for denoting the time, which one of you, and I'm saying one of you, may roll a perception check.
If
Just
I may.
one.
Go ahead.
Alright, I will. Still only a +2. 17 though.
So, it usually works the traditional way a bell ring works, as in there's enough tolls to denote the hour, the time. So if it was 12 rings, 24 mark, there's 24 rings, and that's back up. You hear it at 13 rings. 13 rings rang out before the bell stopped. Traditionally, that would have meant, in most circumstances, 1 in the afternoon. Because of the complete lack of sun and the snow moving in, it doesn't even look like it would have been daylight. Even though the skies are turning from black to gray, it still looks like night.
I was about to say, Springbean doesn't know how to read a clock, and then I remembered, right. He has more knowledge now. He can comprehend so much. Continue.
That, and it does feel unusual to you, not just as a, living creature that needs warmth and sunlight for things like photosynthesis, but just as a toon in general, your internal clock still does function. It's not just her stats you work with. You still at least feel your internal Springbean clock. Your brain wants to have the sun here. And the fact that it is not only finding none, but it is this dark and cold when the sun should still be out, feels wrong to your non-existent bones. Which, when the wind howls towards you again, even as the gates are carefully pushed open, you hear that quiet voice that you can't answer quickly enough to go, "Are you alright?" Before it goes quiet again. And this feeling enters your consciousness of concern and care.
He's just gonna fidget with the closest thing he can grab, which is currently the hem of the cape that they're wearing right now.
You fiddle with it, and when you look it over, there are some smaller details you can see. It clearly looks hand-sewn and worn out. There are a few patches that are just out of sight that clearly showed someone tried to fix it on their own, but it's different fabric, so it's not that deep, rich purple. One of them has a pattern like flying birds, and another has an initial on it. G. For some reason, this brings a feeling of sadness to that once comforting sensation in the back of your consciousness, but you can't explain why.
He's just gonna tangle his hand in the fabric.
It's soft. Or what you think soft should feel like. That's another thing you're having to cope with. The ghost feeling is there's an approximation of sensation without the actual physical thing.
Actually, I think Springbean would be about used to that, considering leaf hands instead of normal hands, so feeling's also a little weird.
Understandable. Now let me refer to the map again as you're heading through, because one of the figures is actually heading out of one of the main doors to the Abbey itself. S7 is what I describe next. As you are properly unlocking, pushing open gates to be heading in, they squeal loudly when you push them, which aren't great. And though there are a couple guards that appear to be on standby, they're mostly moving just to greet the abbot, and you can hear in a language that you only recognize as Barovian because a couple of you can speak Barovian. They're asking the abbot, are you alright? Are you well? You were gone for so long. Are you cold? Do you need a drink? And Bill answers them back, I am alright. The light from the Learning Lord has kept me warm. Return to your posts. Unless you are cold, in which case feel free to take shelter and take your break. At which point they turn and nod, but go back to their guard post. Bill recognizes them as a couple of Bellevues, as in that's a last name. In the original module, they were mongrel folk, but we have retconned the mongrel folk because no, I'm not doing that. So you can roll a perception check for them, but they're not mongrel folk. If you would like to roll a perception check, you may feel free.
That was perception, yeah?
Yes, perception check.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to try and get a gander at their appearances as they're passing by.
Yes, that is correct.
I love that I try to say I'm speeding things up, but I'm still dwelling on the roleplay details anyway. I hope that's okay.
I love detail.
Details. Wait, what are we rolling for again?
Perception on the guards, the two Bellevues.
Queens. Still +2.
Not bad.
It still has some fuel left in it.
Mm-hmm. Also understood, Ike. Again, I was hoping to be further along by now. I do apologize. It's more my fault, not yours.
Speedrun.
We'll do our best. But okay, so on a 14 perception check, if any of you beat a 10, you at least get the vague sense that there appear to be missing pieces under the clothes. One of the Bellevues, one of the bundled up sleeves doesn't move as if there was a sleeve inside of it. The other Bellevue does have the arms, but there's something to the movement that there's something with the balance off. If you beat a 15, however, did one of you beat a 15?
I did.
Nope. I only Hoosh, I think.
Okay,
I think
so
only Hoosh, yeah.
You notice a couple of things about the Bellevues from your past 15 check, 16. The first thing is Rahadin does not look kindly on them. There is a feeling of distaste as they pass by, and you almost feel the instinct to dust yourself off even though they didn't touch you. The second thing is they are deformed, but it's not by means of a birth defect. It's clearly recovering from some sort of illness that has taken limbs and changed skin. Essentially, lost pieces that are healing and scarring over with time. As you can see, one of the Bellevues was in fact missing a nose, and the remaining scar did nearly give it a different look, but it still is where a human nose would have been. They're clearly healing from an ailment, and these parts are meant to be concealed, but bits of fabric moving here and there show that. While one of them, by the way he moves, he's used to not having the arm, so he likely was missing the arm before he was here. So, they are missing pieces, but they are healing well.
Oh.
And you know that Rawhide does not like them. That is what you get. That is all the information you get from your 16. Understood?
Understood.
But as you're heading towards the main building, the main doors actually sort of, it takes a bit of banging, and it takes a minute. You're almost wondering if something's trying to break out before that same perception check leads to Rahadin realizing, oh, the door is jammed because of the cold, before it does finally bust open slightly, and you see this figure. Give me a moment. How tall is she? Character sheet. You know what? I'm gonna roll a 1d3 real quick. 1 is 5, 2 is 6, 3 is 7. And you can see a rather short feminine figure in this deep white and red dress with this, well, almost luscious, but you can see sort of ramshackle stitched together fur cloak draped over her person, peer out of the door, and as soon as she sees the abbot, she goes, "Father!" And she darts out and rushes to hug him. Belle is briefly confused by this before returning the gesture. You do not need a perception check to see the stitches on this woman's face. And allow me to pull up her specific description. What you see before you is at first a rather lovely lady. She's been exquisitely put together with some of the loveliest features. That elegantly tapered jaw, the finely carved necklines, just the long hair clearly braided back with care, and an attempt at makeup on such a beautiful face. She's dressed for the cold and looks like she was about that close to heading out of the abbey to go looking, as she clearly was holding a lantern in her other hand. But as she gets closer, those of you that are closest within 5 feet, you can see the seams in her beautifully powdered skin, where the various body parts and pieces have been carefully stitched together, with what appears to be an elegant concealing thread. Those of you close enough realize you are in a media perspective, you are looking at a Frankenstein. In an actual D&D perspective, you will need an Arcana check.
Oh boy. Wait, I kind of want to do it because
Do it.
Springy has an intelligence, and he has proficiency in that here.
Do it.
16!
Do it!
Petals, Springbean, Violet. You realize that what you're looking at is a flesh golem that calls the abbot father. From what very little knowledge the girl has, firstly, the girl has no clue who the abbot is, though there's a vague feeling in the back of the mind of something happening before the ritual to where they met, but before that point you have no information on the abbot. But from stories of flesh golems, it brings to mind stories of monsters. Clearly stereotyped monsters with, the green skin, the flat head, marching out on townsfolk, but then in her mind you see, of course, the truth of the story of the modern Prometheus, Frankenstein, where it's not green skin and a flat head, it's a handsome figure with a tragic face and eyes that are dead, struggling to fit into a world that doesn't like him, trying to make friends and only running into tragedy. And in the girl's heart, you feel a sympathy for this creature. You feel sympathy. Huh.
He's not sure how to feel about that. But also, he almost asks what a father is, but he has that knowledge now, doesn't he?
The question doesn't leave your throat, but it stays in your mind, and instead, the feeling grows stronger, and a memory comes to mind. Two. One that shows a bearded figure smiling as he comes in from the cold with what clearly is a bundle of groceries, freshly bought meat and baked bread. And outside of the little girl, you see a little boy, about 2 or 3 years younger than you, hopping up to hug his father as he laughs and holds him. And the next memory, the last words ever heard from his mouth before that door was locked, and they starved to death forgotten in the attic. You'll be safe up here. I promise. Once we're dealt with the monster, we'll come back to let you out. We can't let them have you. Understand? Be a good girl. Take care of your brother, right? We won't be long. Promise. And that tender, shaky kiss to the hands before he just lets her go. And you can see how she tries to run to hug him, but the door is closed in her face, and the door is locked. And that is the last memory she has of her father.
Even in his head, his mind is quiet. But, continuing on.
She clearly hurries him inside, and she actually doesn't seem to immediately process anyone else is there. The door is pushed open to allow him in, but she is clearly hurrying him in as priority, while Belle is stumbling along, coping with the fact of, I'm getting the Abbott's memories of him making this daughter from scratch. And by from scratch, I mean from grave robbing. Oh boy! So, he is being shuffled along, and eventually you are hurried over to what is an esteemedly large dining hall, where it's very clear that she actually started trying to brew a sort of stew for his arrival, but it looks a little burnt. Still, before she could apologize for it, he goes, "It's alright. It still looks good, and we've been walking for a while. We could use the food." "We, father?"
Food.
And she turns, and most of the other figures are already confusing, but she passes over those. She sees Rahadin and freezes. And Rahadin, or Marana, you feel one distinct, clear thought. Ah, there's Strahd's plaything. Was wondering where that went. How does that make Marana feel, hearing that in the back of her mind?
Shut up. There is food on the line here.
You will be nice, we are being fed!
Be grateful, you brat.
Funny thing is, we're gonna move the conversation, but I do want you to roll intimidation just for kicks.
Please
She freezes,
roll a
but
nat 20.
while you're rolling that, Bill sort of, he sets a admittedly slender hand on hers and goes, "It's all right. They're here on different terms. They're here to help."
Plus 8.
18.
I get to roll a wisdom save from the exact same stat block. Where's his stat block? Where's the bitch's stat block? I will admit, it'll be impressive if you can frighten the man who has a... Oh, that's right, you guys have been standing within 10 feet of him! Anybody who's standing within 10 feet of him can consistently hear the screams of everyone he's killed, so he's had a consistent chorus of the damned around him whenever you're near. And, by the way, Marana, you are hearing that constantly. It is in your ear.
Fine with this. At least there is food.
1d20 plus 7. His wisdom save is solid.
Not it's a 6.
There is a tense moment. I need you using Marana's stat block to make a wisdom save.
Oh no. Switching tabs to look at her sheet.
But,
Okay.
of course, she eventually looks, and the abbot turns and goes, "Everyone, this is Vasilka,
Please.
my daughter."
Yes. Yeah.
There is a defining moment. You try to threaten him, and you can feel him try to wrench back control from you like a hand at your throat. But you stand resolute and firm. You look into the dark, and he blinks first. And that furious present, insulted by your audacity to speak to his face in that way, pauses before that proverbial hand reaches your throat and withdraws. You can feel that steel glare fracture and soften before it vanishes. For a split second, you could actually imagine him flinching. It's up to you to decide how to feel about that. But you all have what appears to be a burnt but serviceable stew consisting of beef, potatoes, carrots, and onions.
Food, 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 food.
Being a ghost, Spring Bean / Violet is just playing with the fork, fidgeting with it, or any other utensils on the table.
There's almost, and it's more in Spring Bean's mind, as the bowl is set before you, you actually get a memory from the girl, and it's a mimosa. She's setting a plate of cinnamon rolls before the ghost, and you can actually hear her ask, "What are you doing? We can't eat." "Of course you can't. At least not as you once did. It is an offering, as all are to give to ancestors and relatives. Surely you are deserving of an offering, are you not, little one?" And the memory fades. The feeling you get is offering and fondness and friend, and then that brief thought of help.
Brief thought of what?
Help. The
Oh.
desire to help.
I see.
It is sort of think of Frisk being determined by saving at points or having butterscotch pie.
Yeah. It's like a...
Fills
I
you
get what
with
you're saying.
determination.
Yeah.
But she presents it as ladylike as possible, and gives a bow even to you as a little ghost girl, just for the little lady. And continues.
Spring Bean bows back because he doesn't know how else to respond to that.
She beams like sunlight in her smile. And even though, of course, the powder makeup hides the stitches fairly well, it's a pretty smile. And as she moves along, it's easy to see that there are points her movements don't look very natural. She is a body stitched together from multiple corpses, but clearly she's doing her best to please. And as everyone else enjoys their stew and you play with the fork, the abbot does see fit to, of course, you see him move the mask. And you don't see what's underneath, but he takes a spoonful. The charring adds so much to the flavor. Very nice, Vasilka. Very nice. And she just grins brighter. Thank you, Father. You were always telling me not to add the charring. Strahd would not like that. And you see the abbot pause. Strahd? Of course. You were trying to train me so I may meet him, remember? He would not like it if I burnt his food. The mask has not fully been put back on the face, but you could see the mouth make a tight line. Strahd should be grateful if you make him anything, considering he can eat nothing but horrible things in his state. Father, you usually talk about him so sympathetically. I will not insult my daughter's cooking, I won't. I'm sorry. The stew is very nice. Do not worry about pleasing him with your cooking. If it is good enough for me, it's good enough for anyone. Trust me. And I'm going to roll him persuasion with an advantage since the abbot is actually helping. Or trying. So, oh god, I have so many fucking sheets open. Mercy! I have so many tabs!
Imagine just like Cherry and Piddlewick have not shut up this entire time. They're literally just like bonding like besties at this point.
It's a good thing that nobody can understand Piddlewick due to the jingling. In your head, it is literally non-stop back and forth banter.
Oh yeah, it's exactly them just like being the best of friends at this point.
He is practicing, admittedly,
aside from maybe the occasional talk of murder, because Cherry's like, well, you don't want to do that, because that would be a little much, don't you think?
Actually,
they learn to get along, I think.
I am rolling 2d20 plus 5 persuasion, but I need you to do me a favor with Piddlewick. I need you to roll me an insight check, and then a persuasion check. One after the other. And please remember to label them. While you're rolling those dice, there's a moment Vasilka looks confused as to how to respond, and you're not sure whether it's because of her state of creation or if she's just unsure what to say to her father's words, but eventually she nods.
Oh, what was the rolls again, sorry?
Insight and then persuasion.
Insight, then persuasion. Gotcha.
Oh yeah, no. You can feel Rahadin recoiling as you were just dipping his face in the bowl, eating like a dog. You can hear the groan of someone kill me.
You wish.
You get that persuasion with advantage. No, hang on a minute. I misread the persuasion roll, sorry.
I am trying to do it. Oh, okay.
I misread the roll. Continue with the insight. So, Cherry's insight roll into Piddlewick.
Wait, hold up. I'm making sure that I did the right thing, because I think that was my insight instead of the performance.
Well, you need to roll insight. You need to roll insight first and then persuasion. So
I'm just gonna re-roll because I think I messed up on that one.
I'm gonna be nice. I'm deleting that roll. It is not a canon roll. You get one re-roll. That is not much better. Roll me persuasion, just straight.
A natural 3 and a natural 1.
You have no means of really parsing a construct's memories or feelings. Maybe because, unfortunately, you are a little too head empty. Because the images that come to mind of stuffy, confined spaces, of screaming faces, of being sent off, locked away, boxed up, abandoned, none of it registers in the slightest. It just goes by too quickly for you to process. So when
unfortunately. She's like, I don't understand the murder portion, but everything else, totally.
Well, what does he expect to happen if he locks me in a closet all the time, huh? You think I'm just gonna be
politely
nice?
Ask him to let him out?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me ask the Dark Lord of everything evil and miserable in this stupid kingdom if he can let me out of the closet. He'll hear me all the way from his room several floors away! No,
Well, he doesn't seem like a very good person. I mean, I probably wouldn't listen to him simply. Because, well, you know, if he's not doing any good and he's just making things worse, then, you know.
I'm not trying to listen to him, but he'd destroy me very easily. He doesn't know that I'm doing this. I'm sorry, I lashed out. I'm sorry, buddy, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, it's okay. I think we all get that point at some point.
I don't.
I've yet to reach it, though.
I've never gotten to talk to anybody. I'm not used to conversation. I'm sorry. I wasn't programmed with that. the original Piddlewick was so good at talking. And he just kind of sort of pulls on his shadow hat and just pulls it over his eyes like, eh.
Well, hey now, it's gonna be okay. We can still do a bunch of stuff. And hey, if we get through this together, maybe we can make it better. So that way you can be alright and you don't have to worry about all that stuff anymore. And you can maybe get a voice back, which would probably be essential, because I can only imagine what that's like. I mean, we know a guy named Ollie, and he's got a tough time with talking too.
You think he'd laugh at my jokes if I can't talk?
Oh, I think he would love your jokes. He loves a lot of things.
You get the biggest puppy eyes from this admittedly demented-looking shadow version of the puppet. Really?
Oh yeah, he's been very kind to a lot of us. There's quite a few of us back there. There's more than what you see here. He cares for a lot of them, no matter what you look like or where you come from.
Does he look like you with the colors and lines and comic look?
Sorta, but more like he's an old man with a mustache. And, he, lives in a jungle. I don't know, does this place have jungles? Do you know what a jungle is? I hope you do.
No, I don't know what a jungle is.
I hope I can show you sometime. That would be lovely.
Yeah, I would. Sorry for snapping. Didn't mean to. Sorry. He's just pulling his hat further over his face, but meanwhile, it is literally just you jingling to yourself like just a little creature. I just imagine you hitting that.
Cherry's POV, meaningful conversation with many things going on. Anyone else, that is a creature right there.
You have the soundboard. I'm just imagining the ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Eventually, the abbot politely taps your belt and let's maybe quiet that down a little bit. Just for now. Very sorry. And he gives a thumbs up, and of course, even Piddlewick, you can even hear him complain of, I've never had food. I can't joke about food if I've never had it. And that's just the tiniest.
It's like if Cherry could, she would just pat the guy on the shoulder and be like, it'll be okay. Well, I'm gonna get you the best food if we get to hang out again.
That would be so
Look, she's befriended this creepy little guy. Like, listen, she's just like, I am friends with them now and nobody can stalk me.
The only reason you haven't gotten any info on his mistreatment by Strahd and his actual behavioral problem is only because you are so head on these well, that's it.
Because she's too stupid to understand. But, she's still willing to help him out because she's like, well, that wasn't very nice. You know, you're not in a good spot, per se. I don't know what's going on, but you deserve better, frankly.
But yeah, you guys managed to, for those of you that can, you finish up the stew, and Violet you can at least feel the comfort at being shown the stew, though there is that brief thought you hear with the winter wind outside of, I miss stew, before it's gone again.
At least they're included. And also Springmeat is making their hand face through the bowl.
You actually do hear just a little. But
desperately tries to pick up soup. Fail.
So, Father,
can I say thank you?
What?
Can I say thank you?
That's an in-character decision for you. Do what you want.
Thanks. Loved it. Wonderful work. Delicious. 10 out of 10. Would have again.
She actually beams at that. Thank you. That is such a nice compliment coming out of you, of all people.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Dove.
You are feeling Rahagen seething in the back of your mind.
Good.
You will be nice.
I feel like Marana is just basically doing the Pacha meme, where it's just the okay hand. Good soup, good soup. he's just so pissed at the back of that.
Actually, though, the funny thing is, while the others, you do still hear the screams around. Aside from that, you don't really need you don't need a perception check to notice it. The screaming around Rahadin briefly turns to laughter. This makes Rahadin seethe even more, for once he's actually affected by this.
I didn't know there was actual laughter in this place. This is a good thing.
Yeah, normally
Cherry doesn't know why.
It has been a very long time since I think you've mentioned any laughter in the Abbey. It would be nice to hear more of it here. Oh, I wanted to ask, Father, how did your meeting with Miss Mimosa go? My meeting? Yes, you said you were going to go help Barovia by seeing her and doing something. So what did you do? Belle was glancing at the rest looking for answers.
Immediately, Cherry's just like,
Scratch, you should tell them that we are working on it. She said we can go out and do some things, but it's kind of quiet. It's highly classified.
Springbean is also looking back at Belle with his usual blank expression. He does not know that they're supposed to be playing a role.
Big old shrug.
This entire time,
Sorry.
Springbean has not...
This is the one time where Cherry's just like, oh hey, not being understood is perfect. Also, sorry for talking over. Oops.
And so it's just... This entire time, Springbean has not yet comprehended nor understood that they are supposed to be acting this whole time.
Fair. Hoosh, also, I believe you said that Rahadin shrugs.
Yeah, shrug, like, I don't know.
But Pell just looks to Cherry, or to Piddlewick, and just looks back. Well, eventually I met these people, and we found out that we were mostly united in the same goal. I met young Violet here, and he points to Violet's ghost, who wanted to meet me in the first place, who wanted to seek out and assist Mimosa in this plight, even though she had the good chance to pass on after her bones were laid to rest.
Wait, I did.
In the back of your mind, you do see a brief memory, actually. It's from Violet's perspective, not yours, but two long decayed bones being laid to rest in a crypt that had names for them but was never filled. And yet, as both spirits go past what you cannot discern but almost looks like a very distorted kind of hive mind surrounding the entirety of Barovia, you enter a place of light and peace, and yet you see something. And it doesn't tug at your heartstrings, but it tugs at Violet's. You see Mimosa being cut open by Strahd. She's cut down, and when I say she's cut down by Strahd, I assume the image that comes to mind is the traditional vampire, but that's not what Violet sees. Because, see, that's not how the locals see Strahd. Instead, she is cut down by a monster that only Violet's memory associates with Strahd. With titanic, wyvern-like bat wings, horse's hooves, and a face that crosses that between a man, a bat, an ape, and some other miserable creature you don't recognize. There's wolf fur here and there, and clearly the tattered remains of a cloak, and his claws and teeth are ripe with an old woman's blood that, a brief memory ago, was making cinnamon rolls for two dead little children. The memory boils Violet's non-existent blood again, and you have the distinct memory of her rejecting going to peace and moving on to come back and try and help.
Huh.
And that is all you get on the matter. But
Springbean almost asks why they were referred... Actually, he almost asks why he was referred to as Violet instead, but doesn't. For the time being.
You do almost feel a sensation of being held, but you're not sure why. But then, of course, points over to Piddlewick, and then we ran into this lovely little marionette who wanted to escape the abuses of his master and find an audience to love him. And Cherry, you could feel Piddlewick straighten up and point, go, oh, he's talking about me. He's talking about me. It's me.
She nods, and all she can do is just give a little wave, like, yes, hello.
And then, of course, we have Rahadin. And he gestures to Rahadin, and two very different memories play out here. The memory that comes to Rahadin's mind is intruding on a ritual, where three of the figures were sitting in a hand-carved circle in the soil, and Rahadin descended with a couple of what appear to be wolf companions, blade drawn, cold gaze cast downward. He did not come to assist the cause, at least not outwardly. He came to kill. He came to interrupt. Or, if worse came to pass, to stall time until Strahd himself could stop whatever ritual was passing. He failed in this endeavor, and now you sat in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Instead, though, you feel Rahadin's shock as the abbot instead describes, and then we have Rahadin, the fiend's right-hand man, Chamberlain to Lord Strahd. We have not exactly been on good terms in the past, but he came to us, much to the surprise of the others, in an act of desperation, in a desire to help the only family he had left. He argued that Strahd was just as trapped, if not the originator of that burdenous feeling of imprisonment for all the realm, and recognized that Strahd wasn't going to break the curse over himself and free himself from that pain. He would wallow in it endlessly, never moving to free himself or be happy again. And Rahadin could not bear that pain. So, in a moment of vulnerability, he sought us out to help.
Can I just do a little side eye? Like a you sure side eye?
You get that, but Hoosh, I'd like you to roll a insight check.
Okay.
You don't get advantage on this one. You don't get advantage
No
on this one.
advantage. That's an E. E. Insight is +6.
There's a moment you think, nah, you sure about that? That don't apply here. And you almost think, well, Bell's gotta be bluffing. That's what this is. He's just lying to make Rahadin look good so it's convincing. But you feel a cold pit form in your chest. And you realize that's not a conscious feeling on your part, that's unconscious on his part. And it does bring a memory to mind. A memory that comes up without his consent, mind you. He doesn't choose for you to see it. It brings to mind a barren stone palace. A fortress stained in blood and misery where the sun has not risen for several centuries. A brief image comes to mind of someone much younger, someone not depicted as a monster of multiple limbs and snarling teeth and a shadow that writhes with rage, but a young lad of only 14 who was looking at his father with expectation and fear at being told of what he needs to do to make the family proud. A look of doubt at being assigned Rahadin as Chamberlain. A look of confidence being trained. And for a brief moment, whatever little light could have been seen in that adolescent, that surprisingly innocent boy, is gouged out by the grim memory of war.
Bro, this is so sad. Can I adopt him?
This is so sad.
Alexa,
Like, play
this is
Despacito.
so sad. This is so sad, Barovia. Please play Despacito.
I'm now just imagining this broken music box sounding ding, 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 ding.
No, copyright now!
Okay, but that means Despacito is actually canon in Barovia.
Here's the thing, you're not actually wrong. We'll get to that later. But you're not actually wrong. Time is a little weird in Barovia. You'll see. But
Piddlewick is
for
a
the
man
sake-
of culture. This is just simply how it is, Mal.
yeah,
This
just
is
Shadow,
just how it is. And
Shadow
Cherry is
Piddlewick-
living for it.
Shadow Piddlewick is trying to crank something on his back to make the sound, but it sounds distorted and busted. Shadow Piddlewick just looks disappointed. But
I need to know.
for the sake of
Cherry's gonna dance regardless.
to continue the image while Piddlewick is dancing like a little buddy in the background, you see in brief flickers the young boy with too many expectations, too much pressure from a man of insane cruelty and malice, a conqueror, a maniac, being put under unimaginable pressure and pain, and sudden trauma, being thrust into a war he wasn't taught a thing about. The thought of, I can claim this land and free it from its oppressors, and the people will thank me, and not realizing the trauma that comes with entering war at only, perhaps, you see now, 17, 18? And you can see others younger, others being lost, cut down. And we're getting there. I apologize. And Strahd is only recognizable to Rahadin. He's not recognizable as that same boy to anyone else. And you get the feeling that even though that's not why Rahadin was there, there is an unfortunate and unintentional truth to your friend the Devil's words. And after a moment of feeling vulnerable, Rahadin suppresses that feeling and goes quiet. Suddenly you feel nothing, and the screams around you go from laughing to whispering.
Buddy, it's okay, I get you. I mean, I was booted from my home, and I was like, I already forget. It's been a long time since I've went home.
We are not the same. I
That is
left.
I
There
was
is a
trying.
difference.
Bro, don't you understand empathy?
You get no response. However, you finish your stew, and after a delightful performance, roll a performance check for me, by the way, since you're having Piddlewick dance. That's the only roll we'll have before we get to the first... to the thing we were supposed to get to first, but boy, we got sidetracked along the way.
I'm sorry.
So, Ike!
Mm-hmm.
Performance check for Piddlewick, since you said she was dancing.
Yes.
How good is the Despacito we may see?
And I'm just imagining it's this creaky, distorted sounding thing. Like, clearly it was from a record someone tried to play at some point, but it doesn't work so well.
That was performance, yes?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's just Despacito, but the track is reversed, so it doesn't get copyrighted.
Piddlewick is heckin' cracked at this. I love it.
Oh,
Nice.
let me see.
Plus 10.
You know something? There is a moment, and you can almost feel it. Piddlewick is actually self-conscious about you starting to dance. You almost hear the voice go,
Oh.
wait, I played it, don't! And he almost stops cranking. You feel the music sputter, but you keep moving. And you hear the voice of Piddlewick stop and stare as you dance like a tune in his body. Admittedly, it looks a little closer to rotoscoping than your traditional dance, because you are a tune dancing with a real kind body. So it looks more
Yeah.
like you're rotoscoping like Cab Calloway's tunes. But
Mm-hmm.
that's actually the charm of it. And you actually see Vasilka, the one who was initially admittedly a little creeped out by both Piddlewick and, Rahadin, Strahd's servant coming along.
Yeah.
She's actually watching, and you see that bright, hopeful smile on her face actually getting brighter, and you can actually see from what part of the mask has not been put back on. The abbot is smiling, and Rahadin is not smiling on the inside, but Marana can smile.
Oh yeah, he's smiling and clapping along.
Of course, the actual one is not smiling.
And you feel a sense of wonder and shock at the fact that you are dancing and getting a positive response from people in Piddlewick's body. And then you get that brief moment of hurt of, oh, they'll smile for you, but not for me?
I mean, for the record, this is also your body, so I mean, I think that it's just you all the way. You just gotta believe in yourself here.
There is a moment of quiet, and then you feel the confidence kick up. And eventually the dance does end, and you do indeed get applause for it, especially from Vasilka, who, her applause looks stiff, but it's quick, and so she's doing her best. She's doing her best. It's very clear, and Rahadin, you have more memory of it, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because Rahadin does not like her. This is a flesh golem that the abbot was essentially originally, the thought makes specific note of mention, trying to teach her to act in a ladylike manner. She was originally made to be a bride for Strahd in hopes of breaking the curse by appeasing his heart with love. But you, as Rahadin, know that Strahd only sought to corrupt the abbot and the flesh golem by making him do further depraved acts, and eventually corrupting the flesh golem altogether. Hence the name Strahd's Plaything. But she's smiling and laughing here, and she actually just goes, oh, that was wonderful! Papa, can I be taught to dance like that? Maybe later. We have some priorities to get to. We do need to get to the shrine. The shrine? In this weather? Well, yes, surely the druids will also be struggling, will they not? Well, yes, but do you really want to address them now? They've been keeping their distance. Yes, they've been keeping their distance and defiling the shrine of the Morning Lord. We can't have that. Well, I know we can't, but you never had a problem with it before now. Did you? Belle visibly hesitates for a moment, and Cherry, you don't need an insight check to know that Belle internally is bristling at that. Well, maybe I didn't have a problem before, but I have one now, so we're going to address that before it gets worse. She looks at that for a moment, and then nods. Do you want me to fix up your clothes, or we're fine as is? Do you happen to know if any of the other guards are nearby the shrine? No, you have them posted on the perimeter in case of any werewolves, remember? Right. Wait, we have to deal with werewolves at this time of year? Really? Yeah, they never hibernate. That's the werebears, and nobody's seen them in several decades. Man, the werebears sound so much cooler. Alright, is everybody warmed up? Are we ready to go back into the snow?
Yes, set, sir.
He glances at Springbean for a moment, but then realizes, right, the ghost can't be warm, and just... Right, I assume you're good to go, Miss Violet?
I'll give a nod.
And glances over to Piddlewick.
Cherry just gives a thumbs up.
Okay. So the shrine is corrupted, yes? And Vasilka nods as she leads you back to the door. So she is apparently accompanying. Belle has not noticed that she is following you out the door again. Like, following you toward the exit. She has not left you yet. So the shrine is being corrupted by the druids of... What did you call them? The druids of yesteryear. They're a cult of sacrificial druids that have been taking some of the citizens for their rituals. Oh, great. We have butcher druids. That's nice. Just what we need to do. They've been an issue for a while. You normally just keep them satisfied by giving them some of our Cattle, but we don't have any more cattle, so... Well, good! We turn them into cattle. Plain and simple. Arthur! Bell makes no further comment. He is out the door. Now, I will say, we are going to address the shrine, but because one of our players does not have much time, we will have to decide whether to cut off after that point or not. Alright, Ike?
I mean, I would honestly just like cut it here for now, and then we can get to that the next session, preferably. But that's up to you guys.
I mean, the next session is tomorrow.
I'm thinking I'm alright either way. Push.
I will say,
Help.
I would be more nervous about it if it wasn't for the fact it's literally going to be tomorrow. So, good news, you
Yeah.
listeners don't have to wait. But I will say, if we cut it off here, then tomorrow I am going to have to direct it like a proper Adventures League session where we have to go point to point to point to point. Got it?
Yeah, that sounds alright.
No, unless
Now-
they're a compromise, seeing
Maybe
as there's 3 things we need to get.
Start earlier?
If we get the first, I mean, if Ike's alright with it, maybe we could try getting the first one today and then the other 2 tomorrow so we have more time.
True. Also, Hoosh, what did you say?
Maybe tomorrow we could start earlier? If that isn't
Yeah,
a
because
problem.
we don't have as much recording prep. Yeah, tomorrow we can actually start on schedule because I think that was our issue is we took too long to
Yeah.
get
No, I mean like hourly earlier.
in an hour.
Mm, that's at like, it'd be 4 o'clock for me and tomorrow's a weekday.
Yeah, no, I think we have to stick to the time we have.
Yeah, sorry about
But
that.
Ike, how do you feel about getting the first thing?
I guess like if it's short enough, we could probably do it. But I know that my spoons are also limited for D&D.
We can just speedrun it.
It's okay. It's short
I'm
enough.
like, I would like to buy
It is
soon.
short enough. I just need to get the description for the actual setting. So
Yeah.
I can hear the cat pawing at my door. She needs to not be here yet. Okay, pool and shrine. Okay. So, as you head all the way back down, you head down a road that you had previously turned away from to head up toward the Abbey. And you can kind of see the scene before you get there. The first thing you can see is these growing, grinding brambles that seem to consistently just bump against each other, growing more bristles and thorns as they do. But that's in the area of greenery that should be around it, and the snow does nothing for it. The pond, however, even under the gray skies of the snow falling, this pool at the north end of the village shimmers and sparkles. Near its shore sits an old gazebo on the verge of collapse, clearly overgrown with briars and thorns. A wooden statue of a mournful, bare-chested man, its paint chipped and faded, stands in the gazebo with arms outstretched, entangled in the thorns, as though waiting to be embraced by someone gentler. The pond itself defies corruption and cannot be corrupted by what is apparently dark druidic magic. Though hearing that it's apparently dark druidic magic, how does Springbean think he should handle it?
Well, he's never heard of dark druidic magic before because he's only known druidic magic that has to do with mycelium in the ground that connects the plants sometimes. So that is also slightly fey in nature, but we don't have to talk about that. So he's not entirely sure how to feel about it because he's never run into anything like this before. So curiosity, maybe.
I will say, roll me an insight check. Just real quick.
Ooh. Let's see if we can roll better than last
You are
time.
a plant, you can roll an insight check, and if you want to, you can choose to use your insight.
Please. Oh, well, good thing we used his, because that would have been a 4 otherwise. 11.
There is a moment. Violet gets no feeling from this, but she just gets this unsettled feeling. This is clearly, by means of describing it as dark druidic magic, it is still druidic magic, but it's twisted in that it's maligning the soil rather than helping it. And you, as a plant creature, you can feel that the previous complaints of Mimosa saying that the land was being turned against its people are actually incorrect. maybe leading you to the first feeling that Mimosa isn't actually a druid, because you can feel the land actively trying to fight this magic. But whatever magic the druids of yesteryear are using is forcing the soil and plant life to do this. It's essentially being strong-armed into trying to break down the shrine, trying to swallow something underneath. And the feeling you get is smothering light. You don't know what that means, but you get that Barovia as a land, the plants here, it doesn't want this. It doesn't want to do this. It doesn't want to hurt its people, it wants to help. It's the druids that are responsible for this, not the land. Or at least this particular cult of druids. That's the feeling you get from the plants, anyway.
Well, time to add these druids to the hit list.
Springbean decides, oh, we are going the pacifist route? Not anymore. So, of course, Bell, as the abbot, is looking over the scene, and he kind of folds his arms. And he glances over to Violet. What did you... He almost says this before realizing that his daughter has apparently followed him to the shrine and has not left, even though she's dressed for the cold. But, like, why is she here? Is she just that worried? But he leans over and whispers, what class did your character sheet say you were? Were you able to read it at all?
Might lean down to who?
Springbean.
Oh.
What class did your character sheet say?
I don't know.
You don't know!
I couldn't
You hear
read
the
anything
briefest
on
thought
it.
in the back. You hear the briefest thought in the back of your mind as you answer of, what's a character sheet?
I don't know.
Great. Okay. All right. Okay, let's think
With
about
the
this.
class.
We have to purify this land of the magic that they've used to twist this environment. How do we go about doing this? Now, I haven't been describing what Bell's been going through, but he's been having an interesting internal monologue with the abbot while everything else has been going on. Just a fascinating little conversation of, I'm sorry, is your daughter stitched together from grave parts? And also, I'm sorry, what is this memory about teaching her to be a bride? Excuse me! But in the same breath, the abbot is... In his mind, he can feel that he's clearly regretting his decisions, and he's actually incredibly optimistic for Bell's chances. And for some reason is treating him as an omen. A good omen. And he's very confused by that. So he tries to think, what can he use? What can he use? What can he use? What can he use? What can he use?
Actually, if I may say something here.
Yeah? Mm-hmm.
I guess out of curiosity, with the ground being suppressed, but Spring's gonna try growing a thorn whip from the ground. He's not gonna attack anything with it, but he's gonna try at least growing something. Or at least connecting with the mycelium in the dirt.
It takes a moment. And there's a moment where it feels like trying to connect a sort of foreign language. It's... You don't get an immediate connection. There's unfamiliarity. There's a sort of struggle with the magic that Violet has against yours, and then with. And you get a thorn whip that does not look like the malicious dark thorns that the vines are growing. It looks like a very weird combination of a growing mushroom stalk and a rose bush. Like a rose, but fungi? You get the feeling of childlike curiosity and also confusion from Violet. But it's under your control. It's not dark and malicious.
You'll move it around.
And you get that feeling of, oh, druid.
He'll move it around,
You-
maybe show, or maybe try to get Belle's attention with it.
The Belle could definitely see it. Wonderful, you can make thorn whips. Oh, you're a druid! Oh, thank heavens.
And he'll recede it back into the ground.
Alright, okay, so you're still the same. How do we deal with this?
But now that Springbean knows that he has magic, he's gonna fuck around and find out.
Oh, let's find out. Let's go. Oh, right, it's past 12. I should be quiet. But let's fuck around. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out.
Alright, as to not waste any cantrips for the current time being, he's gonna just play around with his cantrips at the moment. So, yeah, I'm just gonna roll a d4. See which one he...
What you gonna do? Also,
And-
while you're doing that, I am gonna check in. I know this is the last thing we're doing before we cut for time and cut for your spoons. How are you doing? You doing okay?
Yeah.
I want to double check and make sure. Because sometimes Spiffy says they're okay, and then it turns out that was a bit overwhelming, but that's also for us to work on. So I'm double checking and making sure.
God damn, I'm trying to roll something, but it keeps rolling the same cantrip. He's playing
Oh,
with
no.
a lot. Okay, now, come on.
That is
Every
part of
work
the
with
fun.
me. Alright, there we go. Alright, that
All
one.
right. And what cantrip are you using?
He doesn't really know what things he has right now, so he's just gonna mess with every single magic he knows until he gets something, and he sticks his hand in his face and accidentally casts guidance on himself.
Bing!
And he'll internally note that as, okay, he can do that now. I'm gonna flip a coin for the other two.
Belle is watching you do that, but he is also going to look over the scene, and I'm going to see if he does have anything he can try to use to help. And he's going to think for a moment. And he looks to his hand, and then to the soil. But he's going to look and see what Springbean does first.
Alright, flipped a coin for this because there's only 2 cantrips left, which, 4 cantrips. This is great. But, after experimenting more, what are currently their fingers, or whatever, turn to claws for a moment, and drip with acid for a bit. So, primal savagery, that's something he has. And, let's see here. He'll, undo that. And the last thing he has is he will, sorry, brain turned off for a moment. He's gonna try, like, just, now that he has proper fingers to work with, he's gonna try doing a few somatics until eventually he creates a bonfire on the ground. Which, I don't know if that was near anyone or not, but...
Belle briefly jumps. You nearly caused it. You almost conjured it on the foot of his robe. But while you figured that out, Belle actually... the abbot pauses, and he sort of glances at one of his hands. He glances at you testing something, and he goes, "Let me try something. I do not know if it will work, but..." And he looks like he's struggling to say the words. "If I have faith, then perhaps..." Saying the word faith is a lot for Belle. So he's just stepping toward what is very clearly malicious soil. And you can see that as he's approaching, the thorns are actually starting to kind of activate. They're starting to move and slither more like snakes than anything. Let's try not to think about snakes again for another minute. We already have bad memories of snakes. And Belle is going to try something. But it usually works on creatures. He's not sure if it'll work on this. So I need to roll him a d100. The abbot a d100. As he tries saying something, and for a moment, you see there's a light under the mask. As it was put back in place, you don't see where it comes from. As he says something in a language you don't get. I need to roll a divine intervention to see if this works. This is not a cleric ability. I just need to see if, like, this ability works the way intended. So I will ask, is the D100 the fair play, or Ike, would you recommend just a D20, like an Arcana or something?
I guess just a D20 then.
D20. We're just going to go a flat D20. It would need to be a high roll to work.
Oh, I was about to say, but it was a bit late. Whatever, he didn't need it.
So, you see the way that his palm begins to sort of warm up, almost as if, he's started warming it up by a fireside.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to roll a 1d2 to see whether he says this spell in Celestial or Infernal. You hear him speak in Infernal in a much more familiar voice. Retreat and be mended. As he reaches down, and you can kind of see one of the vines nearly lashes out for the wrist, and instead of grabbing it, he just thrusts his palm out and his hand sort of meets it, rather than grasping it or threatening it. And you hear an odd sound effect, sort of like the bong of a large bell, as there's a shudder throughout the vine and throughout the other vines, and the vines start to recede. From his hand outward, it goes from this malicious, vibrant dark purple and light purple, returning to green, and then eventually to the brown of, hibernating in winter. It goes from feeling malicious and springbean as you have this connection as you're testing magic to hearing this feeling of relief, this feeling of, oh, that's better. Oh, tired. No, can't sleep. Need crop sleep. Can't make crops in winter. Sleep. And while the place isn't completely healed, at least the most malicious of the vines actually retreats. The area is no longer inhabited by the malicious-looking thorns, but the soil still looks a little odd. Bell has spent a spell slot on Lesser Restoration. Glad
yippee.
this is down today. And there is a brief moment where Bell hears in the back of his mind, see, I knew you could do that. And he tries not to feel inflated at the fact that the coin flip for whether he spoke in Celestial or Infernal was whether he had faith in whoever the abbot believed in, or himself.
Oh.
And then he immediately almost degrades himself, saying, okay, that's a cheesy feeling, we're suppressing that. No, back of the mind. It was just a fluke, that's all. Just a fluke. And he kind of dusts his hand off like, ugh. Wonderful work, Father. Wonderful. And then right back to feeling proud for a moment. Right, but we're supposed to find something here, and it's clearly not fully healed. Where is it? Find something? Yes, what was it? And because he doesn't have a tail, you actually notice a familiar stem petals as you watch as he's snapping his finger trying to think of it. What was it?
Hey, wait a minute, that's my stem. No kidding.
The sword!
Bitch stole my stem anyway.
Where's
Oh my
the sword?
gosh.
Is there Vasilka, darling, is there a sword here? A sword, Father? You've never mentioned there being a Not to me, at least. If there's a sword, you would know, wouldn't you? Belle looks deflated. Fuck me. Father, language! Belle takes a deep breath. If my soul... and he hears the jingle of, turns to Tiddlewick the second.
I don't think your kid took it very well there, Scratch.
I am going to swear enough to fill an entire bank when I get back.
Oh, that's fine. I kind of expect it. I think it would be good for you. Just, you thought wise you'd be able to let that kind of stress out.
She's a grown woman. You think I can swear in front of a grown woman?
Okay, but
anyway,
on my note, I can't say any of those words. I don't know why I can't. I just can't.
I don't know why I can, so unfortunately I can't help. How do we find a sword here? We're supposed to find a sword that gleams with sunlight. But there's no sunlight here, it's just a pond. Do I have to touch the pond? Please tell me I don't have to touch the pond. He glances over, and you notice as the thorns all recede, and again, the soil still looks like it has to heal, which, Springbean, you can help that in time. But the thorns unwrap that wooden statue, and Bill gets a look and approaches it. He kind of pauses for a moment, but then I see that question typed, and here's the thing. No, it's not, actually. Yeah, let me pull it up again. No, the sword is not in the castle. That is the holy symbol of Ravenkind. The sword is here, but Bell, he almost hesitates for a moment. And because no one else can see it, I'll at least narrate that there's an instinctive feeling, and I did not get to roll his memory table, tragically. I'll get to it once the session's over. Of wariness? Which, in the back of his mind, he feels a sort of gentle concern and confusion from the abbot at the fact of, why do you feel repelled? He's not rejecting you. It's a holy ground. I don't like those. Well, you can step on it, can't you? And he takes a cautious step forward and he's fine. Completely ignoring the fact he just kind of went into the abbey without thinking earlier. He was still a little nervous about a shrine outright, but he can get in fine. I don't know if this will work. It should. The Morning Lord may be a little weaker these days, but he still listens. I understand it's a foreign concept, but if you just have a little faith in yourself, stop saying that phrase, or I'm gonna throttle you. I've had it up to here with the cheese, alright? If I wanted cheese, I'd go get dairy. And he is going to get in front of the statue. And I need to make him a religion check.
Oh boy.
To see if he can appropriately pray or if he knows how. That's a +7. Please don't fuck this up, Belle. I know you're a toon devil, but buddy. Okay. I was expecting to see a nat 1. I was expecting a nat 1. Alright, so what's the name of this guy again? It is the Morning Lord. He is the god of the sun, the light, youth, spring, new life. Oh, okay, alright. Okay, I get it. He is also the god of peaceful death and repelling undead. Okay, I can see why Strahd probably hates that. He does, vehemently, as is expected of a creature of the dark. Please, you need to stop talking. Stop talking. Okay. Titles. When you're talking to a god, you gotta use titles. You have to use titles. And he transitions from the inner voice to him speaking with, the abbot's accent of you have to use titles when addressing a god, prostrating for assistance. Okay. I am not in my traditional body. If I say the name of it, it's not going to sound weird or burn my tongue. I'm fine. And in a very foreign fashion, again, because he's not used to it, he sits in front of it, just sort of tries to cross his legs. Okay. Morning, Lord. Father of light and father of spring, bringer of the crisp breeze and the first blossoms that come with the new year. Protector of children, protector of youth and innocence, guardian and companion of mother night, protector against the dark and the creatures that live within. Which probably would mean me too. And defender against undeath and defilement of the grave. You who protect those in the soil, you who guide to the peaceful end and the good hereafter. I've got to ask, where the fuck is the sword? Father! No, Okay, language apologies. Oh, that hurts. I do not know where the sword is, but we are here to try and assist Barovia in breaking what is apparently a curse. I'm not used to doing that. But the woman that hired us was very nice. And I like these people, and the memories I have of Vasilka are very sweet, even if I have my doubts on the abbot. Of which Vasilka tilts her head in confusion, almost like a dog. But I would prefer not to see these people suffer. And if we're going to beat some dark, edgy mother trucker into the soil, we need the sun sword. The same one apparently used by Strutt's brother. It's supposed to be here, but we do not know where it is, and this gazebo already looks so delicate, I am afraid of breaking it. I do not want to upset the people if it is, but if you could show us where it is, I would be very, very grateful. I have nothing to offer except prayer. Oh, that feels weird. Oh, that feels weird. It's fine. It's fine. If you would be able to assist my friends and I in helping break Barovia's curse, that would be much appreciated, and I would thank you. Please. I don't ask this much of anyone, so you can brag to whoever you want. Please help. He sits there for a moment, and it's very quiet in the cold. Snow is falling. He glances back and he sees, of course, a thumbs up from Cherry. And Cherry can feel the thumbs up from Piddlewick. Never understood the religion stuff, but he's doing great.
Oh, definitely. I don't think he's really used to this kind of thing. I don't know why.
I mean, yeah, but I can kind of tell there's like a feeling of brimstone around him. He's a little toasty.
He's all warm and fuzzy inside. He's good.
Murata, of course, is doing finger guns, and he's just sitting there waiting in thought. He just kind of closes his eyes and waits, like, okay, surely this will just either something will happen or nothing will happen. He's expecting nothing, but he's trying to put his faith in something he doesn't understand. This is fine. This is normal. This is totally a normal thing that Toon Devils are meant to do. Try not to think of the fact he's a Toon Devil and he's having gripes about that because he doesn't have any confidence in himself, and then his thoughts are interrupted before they can spiral. Because, he's knelt down, his eyes are shut, and then he sort of squints as something sort of, it doesn't really burn into his eyelids, but something suddenly clicks on. And he rubs at his eyes a bit and goes, ow, ow. Okay, who turned the lights on? And as he opens one eye to check, from under the floorboards of the gazebo, a thin beam of light is glowing outward. 1 and 2, then 3 and 4. Until you can see a glowing light under the boards of the gazebo. Underneath Belle's very feet. The sword is under the gazebo. On the one hand, that's good. On the other hand, the issue is you recognize that this thing is so fragile and already looks so beloved by the community, judging by the long, snowed over and withered flowers around it. Damaging it would not be good for people. Oh, great. How are we supposed to get that? Now, Belle gets something nobody else does. The rest of you can see the light coming out of the floorboard, so you see this happening. Belle gets something else. He gets a voice. And a feeling. And he just sits there staring at the light before he looks at the others slightly confused. Vasilka, of course, is that what you're looking for, Father? I think it is. I don't know why it's glowing otherwise, unless, hell is coming to take me home, in which case I don't complain. But, hell? Sorry? Nothing. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a religious joke. Huh. You've never spoken of hell before. I was only confused, Father. If you would like, I can get the guards. No. We do not need the guards. He's looking towards Springbean and literally anybody else. What do we do? It's under the gazebo. What do we do about this?
Wait a minute. You said it's under the gazebo.
It is under the gazebo, yes. It is directly under the floorboards, under the Morning Lord statue.
Hey, so Springbean's gonna try phasing through the floor.
You hear a very feminine scream from Belle before he composes himself. He covers his mouth. And yeah, you firstly phase through the floor and you can see glowing, though you don't think it glows naturally. You're not sure if that's a divine providence or not. A hilt to a sword. You don't see a blade to it, but the hilt is gleaming brightly, and in its handle, at the crux of the hilt and crossbar, you can see the emblem of a multicolored sunrise. The Morning Lord. And beneath it, a reflected emblem of a moon over a lake. Mother Night. You're looking at the sun sword. Though as you approach, I'm going to need a perception check. Or an insight check. Your choice.
Oh boy, those are both the same. They're both +2. 14.
Which one is that?
Flip a coin. Alright, heads perception, tails insight. Heads perception.
There is a feeling for a moment. Now, of course, you reach for the sword, but then you feel something. And the only reason you feel it is because not just of Violet as a ghost, but you as, a consciousness, a soul coexisting with said ghost. Which is an odd feeling, but we'll deal with that. You feel another presence in the sword. And because you are sharing consciousness with a ghost, you are the only one that hears, hello? Violet is the one to realize first. The feeling is delayed to you. That is the voice of a ghost.
Holy shit, 2 whole ghosts.
The sword's haunted.
Sword's haunted!
But
Pops
also,
it back to the ground, sword's haunted.
sorry.
Sword's haunted. What? Hook's gun.
What?
Sword's haunted.
Damn, you gotta run now!
Okay, he
like,
doesn't
wait, sorry,
actually
what
do
the-
that, but that would be funny.
Aw.
Oh.
That's just a blooper. Swords haunted. What? Swords haunted. But here's the question. So you phased in and you can see the hilt and you can feel there's a presence. And it's glowing. How are you gonna get the sword out?
Right, because, sword is like
It's
the
a solid
inside. Of
Yeah,
place.
it's solid. You're not.
Hmm.
Can you see it?
Okay, just to like make sure I'm getting all the context here. So is this like a room below the gazebo, or is it just buried under the gazebo?
It is directly buried under the gazebo. It is in the soil.
Oh boy.
It is still glowing, but part of the hilt can be seen through the soil. It is buried directly under the gazebo, right under the Morning Lord statue.
Springbean goes to use mold earth, but he doesn't have access to that anymore. The one
Violet
time it would be useful.
Violet can probably feel the frustration.
Oh yeah, the ghost said hello? Okay.
Just, hello? Is anyone there?
Why are you buried in the
Hello?
dirt?
Oh! It was for the sake of... No, focus. Focus. Talking to someone, focus. It was for the sake of protecting the weapon from being fully destroyed by Strahd's servants.
How do we get you out?
Whatever means you have. I'm certain whatever means, even if it means any damage here, the Morning Lord would forgive, so long as you repair it afterward. But I also don't know how long it's been, so I don't know how well it's holding up.
Alright, Springbean would nod here, but not sure how that works. Not sure if the other ghost can see that, but he will. Let's see here.
You don't know whether he can or not, but you still nod.
Yeah.
Bella's just sitting there expectantly staring at this glowing light, waiting for you to pop your ethereal head out of the fucking floorboards again.
Alright,
Is it down there?
Springy will pop their head out of the floor. Still, like, only the head, only the head pops out. The rest of them still, like, beneath the floor. Sword's haunted.
What? Haunted!
Sword's haunted.
Haunted! Oh,
And
great. I
also
thought it was
buried in
defining...
dirt.
That is
Oh.
also for going haunted.
I don't think it's just like, oh yeah, no, I called that. The guy murked his brother ages ago.
Huh.
We need to dig it out of the dirt.
Oh, but that's under a sacred... And he glances at the statue for a moment, and again, Belle's the only one that gets the feeling. Okay, so you are druid, correct?
No, not. Also, the sword said
Yes.
it wouldn't mind.
I'll question that in a minute. Can you regrow fresh wood? Yes or no?
Might regrow fresh wood? Is that what you said?
Wood for
Fresh.
repairing if we decide to cut it open.
He will fully get himself out of the ground. Get themselves out of the ground. Mess with a few more semantics, realizing, oh, those are the only 4 cantrips he had, and then we'll shake his head no.
Okay. Do any of you want to go looking for wood?
Rona, who is boredly pacing in circles. I will.
Wonderful. Go see if you can Okay, so here's the thing. You see the wood this is made out of, yes?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
find us more wood like this, but better, stronger. Go get, fetch.
I'm not a dog. This guy may be, but I'm not a dog.
Please? Please, sorry.
Yes.
Please. Thank you.
Roll for
We're just running off on all fours after saying, I'm not a dog.
No,
And I mean, actually,
I
the other seeing Rahadin, the Chamberlain to the Dark Lord himself, running at all fours. Oh, you could feel Rahadin just going, I wish you had killed me. I wish you had killed me. I wish you had killed me. I persevere for the sake of Strahd von Zerovic. I persevere for nothing else. I persevere for the sake of Strahd von Zerovic and nothing else.
Actually, I think Springy might follow you on that. Or, like, follow,
Okay, so you two are looking for wood.
Rana.
Yeah? So
Yeah.
you're following, you're looking for wood. Bell is... Well, because he's running on instinct, he's going to try something stupid first. Firstly, apologizes to the Morning Lord in Infernal, and he actually hears... Don't worry about it. And he's going to try to punch into the wood. He's trying to tune logic punch his way in. Like, if he could just punch down, get the hilt, and come back out. So I need to roll him a 1d20 plus 4. And Ike, would you say there's a roll for whether the tune law of funny kicks in, or if I just roll 1d20?
Repeat that, sorry.
Do you think I should roll for whether tune logic would kick in, or do you think I should just stick to the strength roll?
I mean,
And
I would
just
stick with the strength roll for now, but I mean, like, roll of funny does depend on the situation, too, so... I would say roll, and then we'll see from there.
Oh my god. So he lifts his hand up, he thrusts it into the floorboard, splintering it as if it were cardboard, grabs the hilt, and pulls it back out. Blinks. I will say, yeah, you can put guidance on Hoosh's roll. I don't think Hoosh needs it with a 29.
They don't, but it would be funny.
You can add a d4, so roll a d4. Meanwhile, Cherry, you and Vasilka
Mm-hmm.
punches a hole in the floorboard Toon style, reaches down, grabs the holy sword, and pulls it back up.
Huh.
As soon as it's drawn, it starts shining with light like fucking Excalibur. Bell is shielding his eyes like, oh god, bright. Oh,
I feel like I should have brought someone a pair of glasses. Like some sunglasses, maybe. I mean, if I had my hammer space, I could have given it.
That is a 33 total. You guys not only find a distinct tree, as if by providence of the Morning Lord, you find a perfect tree fit for cutting. You immediately set to presumably bulldozing it.
Springbean asks the tree first, hey, can we cut you down? I'm assuming that's a yes for the time being.
I hate trees. Let's destroy it.
You politely ask, and the tree, you find out, is old, and recognizes, of course, the people are freezing, but upon recognizing, hey, we need you to build a shrine, the rest can possibly be donated to keeping the people warm, it's more than happy to be like, yeah, okay.
I mean, it's all for the greater good, so hey.
Right.
And the last word,
Tree murder time.
the last feeling you get from the tree before the tree is past tense is, it was nice meeting you. Good luck.
Oh.
I nodded of understanding. Anyway, tree murder.
Peaceful tree murder. You chop the tree down and eventually get to
Ethical tree murder.
I should probably do a strength check to see if we can drag it back as is.
Guidance.
Actually, yeah.
I don't.
Guidance is a lovely thing. That means you just add a d4 to your strength roll.
I'm definitely not rolling anything other than giving you guidance, because good golly, Violet's strength is terrible.
That's a small ghost child, no.
Exactly. Guidance.
Now, I will say that did accidentally say open as builder. There is no God in this setting with a capital G. It's just like, I just said that on instinct, but I would just be like, oh, shit. Why is that bright? Turn it down! Turn it down! The sword shines a little dimmer, but is still brightly shining like a fucking holy sword against the night. Bell is still shielding his eyes.
Another max guidance. Let's go. Sorry.
The sad thing is, he's going to reach into his pocket, also expecting hammer space. I need to roll him a D100. Do I roll a Ray or his physical casino dice?
Casino dice. Casino dice.
We need a low roll here, Percy. Come on. Come on. We need a low roll, Percy. We need a roll lower than 10. Lower than 10. 10 or below. 10 or below. That's not 10 or below. Thank you for understanding, Percy. He reaches in as if to try and grab sunglasses and finds no hammer space. He just has pockets. Feels it over for a minute, just goes, okay, now this is just being cruel. Please turn down the light. I can barely see. And it eventually stops shining outright, though you see, the way the sword was shining, the blade, the sun sword itself was originally made with a crystalline blade that reflected and shined with the light of, goodness. The Morning Lord, that kind of thing. But the blade was shattered ages ago by one of Strahd's servants, so only the hilt remains. However, the way it shined, the light beamed out of the hilt, essentially giving it the look of a light sword. Or, if you will, a light saber. It is a sword of light.
Lightsabers canon to Barovia, let's go.
It's a light sword, but I am going to make the lightsaber joke. It still is a sword of light, and he's just looking at it, and he can now hear the ghost of, well, wasn't expecting to be wielded by a devil, but here we are. Ah, jeez, it talks! He drops it. Ow.
It was haunted.
Sword's haunted.
Pokes the sword, and that is a 21 on strength. You successfully not only managed to... It still takes you about half an hour to cut through the wood, get it successfully chopped and quartered, and upon citizens seeing you, you actually, Violet, with your guidance, you managed to actually convince a couple of the less scared-looking souls of Rahadin to assist, and some of the neighbors, one of them actually comes out, and he previously looked skeptical, but seeing that you're chopping down a tree, and after, I assume, a brief explanation of what you need it for, he heads into the house for a moment, and you think he's not going to help. Then he comes back out with an axe, and he goes to helping you chop the wood, though he's not looking at Rahadin the whole time.
Thanks,
Man.
bub. We needed this.
This Heart of Darkness ability is great.
That is exactly what I was considering. Thank you for remembering that, actually, yeah. But yeah, just, he starts to help, and then you actually see another one come out, and it appears to be one of his young sons, a teenager. He wants to help as well, so he also gets an axe. Nobody else helps, but they are watching from the windows, looking pleasantly surprised. And when you say thanks as Rahadin, he pauses and glances at you, and I'm going to roll him an insight. To see if he recognizes... There is a brief moment.
Oh my god.
You say thank you, and not only does he recognize that is not a Rahadin thing to say, but he stares at you for a moment, and you see this, he looks like the stereotypical stern, grizzled sort of countryman kind of look, with the beard, just the serious eyes, the thick eyebrows, just gruff and unsocial. And you see him slowly smile and go, "You're very welcome, sir. Thank you for assisting." And continue.
Oh, and I love your boy. Can I take him home? I want to give him hugs. Look at him!
And Rahadin is feeling conflicted at this. Because the thanks was not only directed toward Marana, but a little toward Rahadin as well. And
Oh.
Rocket is feeling a little weird about that.
Whoa, appreciation be upon you.
He doesn't get to thank you for using my body, you know.
Yeah, I know. But whatever. Also, look at the boy! On the inside, she is very much on the verge of tears on, like, I want to adopt this teenage child.
The teenager has parrots.
Yes.
But regardless, they do help out. Rahadin rolls his eyes and tries to deny that he's feeling, or starting to feel, cartoonishly attached. He's not feeling this. This is fine.
Also, I'm
And-
sorry for not calling you a dog earlier. You're not a dog. You are very cool. But we could work on your brother not being an ass.
There is. You to roll me a persuasion check. Just one. And this will be one of the last rolls for the evening because we have gotten the first thing. We're just going to start
Okay.
wrapping up, but let's see if you actually get through to him a little.
Okay.
Let's
Darn it. I don't think that meets Orby.
You still have guidance.
Oh. Do I?
Yes, you do. Roll a d4.
Okay. Oh, please give me the. Okay. Good enough.
Meets it, beats it. There is a moment of quiet where you say, we need to work on your brother not being an ass. There is a split second you actually feel that cold killer veneer briefly slip as he says, I know, I'm working on it.
Good. And maybe after this is all done, we could go home and have some nice food because I am very hungry right now. I know we just ate, but I am very hungry and it's making me emotional.
My home is Castle Ravenloft. I have no other.
And my home is the North Pole, but you.
As you're chopping wood, you get to have one small little conversation with Rahadin because he asks one question. I assume your plan is to kill Strahd, correct?
I don't know. Depends on what the others want.
I'm asking you.
Honestly, no, not really. But if it frees them, sure. But if I had to do it, I don't really think I could. I really, I only kill and eat seals for dinner.
There is a moment of quiet as you're still chopping wood, because this is a conversation in the mind, not outwardly, otherwise people would be staring. But it's quiet for a while. You don't feel like he's abandoned the conversation because it's like you're waiting for something, as if he's trying to figure out the right words, and then how... I'm not going to ask. No, stupid question. Stupid question.
No, Dove. Go ahead, please. Ask away. Oh, just call him Dove.
I said that was the last roll for persuasion with advantage, asshole.
Sorry.
I say asshole affectionately. You've hit a weak spot on accident. Remember, advantage, not disadvantage.
I know. 17.
I doubt you will have an answer as a stranger to this land, but fine. How much of Strahd do you think is left beneath the curse?
She has to stop what she's doing and actually put in like the ponderer's thinking pose.
Just thinking over the axe like a butch lesbian.
It was like, let's see.
Springy is staring at you.
Violet is also staring.
You see, normally we would say that there's not much. But in this case, I would have to say that there's at least probably a good deal that's just because this place seems to be. I know it seems hard to understand because I'm a toon, but I think there's potential to have quite a bit of good in it.
There's a pause, and then you almost get the feeling, and you can only feel it because you are telepathically connected, because, you are co-piloting the Jaeger. But he almost asks, what's a tune? But you can feel the way he draws the question back, because that's not the important thing. It doesn't matter race or species or whatever. He's not indulging questions because he's not made to ask questions. He couldn't care. He shouldn't. Instead, he takes a non-existent breath and asks, ignore my memories for a minute. And you actually do feel that any memory that you feel of Rahadin, any fondness, any youth of Strahd being twisted by what you realize is something else that you can't identify, is pushed aside. You have no memory of Strahd for a brief moment. Which is apparently taking effort on Rahadin's part. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Genuinely. How much or how little do you think is left?
About 40% left? Still a generous number, I know, but.
With a 17 in persuasion, you feel a surprise, like, firstly, a specific number? Okay. But then he thinks on your words a bit. And you can feel your body's gaze just subconsciously. He doesn't take control, but you glance toward Violet and toward the road where the others are inevitably down the road, and you can, in the distance, see a little bit of light shining. Clearly someone's having a moment. As he then goes, I'm certain the dark powers will smother that hope. But we'll see how long it lives for now. And you get Rahadin's memory back, and he goes quiet. You go back to your lumber work, if you please.
Of course, he definitely goes. He definitely goes back to her lumber work.
And Violet, you just watched Rahadin go real quiet and still for a minute before going back to chopping wood. You got any questions, or?
Springbeam's just gonna stare and just move on. Yep, that happened. He's not gonna question it.
I will say, for a brief moment before we transition back toward the wrap-up of this part 1, you do actually get one memory of Rahadin, because he has been around long enough. It's an earlier memory. A memory from before the attic. Before the room and the hunger. It's an answered door. It's Rahadin. It's still relatively beefy looking, still well dressed, but not in the studded leather armor, in refined yet lighter dress clearly meant for the summer. Though he still wears a wide-brimmed hat for the occasion. And he's asking about the family's unpaid taxes, as it's a concern on the Lord Strahd's part. Of course, the father is insisting they just need a little more time. He's been shorted by his work as of late, but he'll get to it. He swears it. You just give him a little more time. And Rahadin doesn't immediately look persuaded. But he glances down. And the thing is, you're not at the door in this memory. You as Violet, you're in the yard. And in the memory, you weren't directly playing with your brother or anybody else. You were playing with fairies. Fairies that you haven't seen since you've gotten to Barovia. And They kind of pause, and you see one of them sneak up as you're just staring at Rahadin and he's staring at you. There's a moment he almost smiles. You're not sure if it's genuinely or not, watching you play with what seem to be imaginary friends. And you see one of them sneaks up, shakes a little tiny part of the roof, and dumps some dead leaves on his head. You find Violet snickering at that, and he just quickly reaches up and dusts the leaves off, looking upset. When he sees you smiling, and for a brief moment you see him go, Don't start. That wasn't funny. One more leaf falls, and you just hear Violet just burst into laughter. It is the only time you hear her loud. The rest of the time she's quiet, and Rahadin accepts defeat. He's been thoroughly embarrassed. It's fine. The memory fades. A stranger, Violet didn't know him well and didn't know him kindly, but there was a time that she still had the innocence of not knowing him well enough to hate him. Once. Now she's conflicted. Anyway, you get your wood, and you get back to the party, and you find that Bell is holding the hilt of the sword at arm's length because it's glowing with holy light, and he's concerned on whether to touch it or not. But it is still continuing to try and talk to him. He's just like, I'm not listening to this. I'm not listening to this. I'm not listening to this. This isn't mine. I'm not listening to it. He's waiting till everyone else arrives to decide, okay, who the fuck is taking the sword that glows?
Sword's haunted. I'm kidding.
You get back, and you see him holding the hilt, and Springbean, you can immediately see Bell has just punched a hole in the floorboards of the gazebo and pulled it out. You can see the hole that he punched. Oh, you have wood! Oh, thank heavens. Vasilka, darling, do we happen to have any carpenter tools? Not at the moment, but I can go see if the carpenter has some. He should. Would you like me to? Yes, go ahead, dear. Go on. And off she skips. Much to the confusion of some others. Okay, so you said the sword's haunted. You didn't tell me it talked.
Sorry, I need to think of a response.
Yeah, you're just seeing. For context, Bell isn't sure whether he can hold the sword or not, so he's used to holding it at arm's length. Like, is it gonna burn? Is it gonna burn? It's not gonna, but he's like, eh.
I told you it said something earlier.
Right. So which one of us gets it? There's a moment you could see the sword's glow shine and dull as if it's trying to communicate something. None of the rest of you hear it, but I do need to actually bring up the items page itself. Where the fuck is it? Hang on. Magic items, there it is. Oh, right, and we do actually have a picture for the party, though you can redraw it if you like. It does have a canonical appearance. For the players, this is the Sun Sword.
Ooh!
It really is just a fantasy lightsaber.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, yeah, that's basically just straight up a lightsaber.
By description, the Sun Sword is a unique blade once possessed by Strahd's brother, Sergei von Zerovic. In its original form, it had a platinum hilt and guard and a thin crystal blade as strong as steel. Strahd employed a powerful wizard named Kazan to destroy it after Sergei's death. The first part of the process required hilt and blade to be separated, which Kazan accomplished, and this is what the sword explains to Bell. I'm summarizing. While Kazan was busying himself with destroying the blade, however, his apprentice stole the hilt and fled. Kazan later located the apprentice, and by the apprentice we mean his mutilated corpse, in the Svalik woods, but the hilt was nowhere to be found. He doesn't understand what happened past that point, but Strahd has never looked for it since. At least until the cycles started, which the sword seems more aware of than most. But he mentions that he was hidden underneath the gazebo by St. Markovia after being discovered in an antique shop, but St. Markovia never came to bestow the hilt on anyone else. The sword itself is chaotic good, but upon further inquiry, there's a bit of an odd thing. There is deliberately a part of Sergei's soul that has chosen to remain with the sword. But the sword itself was already sentient before this happened. So this part of Sergei's soul, consciousness, whichever, has, because it's spent so long with the sentient sword, somewhat merged with it to a degree. The Sun Sword's purpose, and its purpose alone, is to destroy Strahd. And as Sergei dictates, he either wants to lay his brother to rest or free his brother from whatever is influencing him. He does believe that there is something in his brother to be saved, but he's also recognized Strahd has done a lot of damage. And the sword itself wants Strahd dead as dirt, not to free the land from the evil he spreads, but because it wants payback for the loss of the Crystal Blade. Sergei wants to give his brother a chance. The sword literally wants Strahd to go get fucked. And Belle admittedly is, I'm not opposed to kicking his ass. How do I change that swear? Ahsoka came back with the tools. How do I change that swear? He's looking deliberately at Cherry. How does he change the swear from ass to something else?
She immediately just responds with butt.
Kick his
booty? Behind?
We're going with butt. It sounds so stupid. It sounds so stupid.
You get used to it.
He just looks annoyed, but the sword is actually like... And for a moment you see the light flash the way that when you're close enough, you can actually hear Sergei ask, "You're not from around here, are you?" Mimosa's... Wait, do you know Mimosa? Are you with Mimosa or are you against her? Mimosa, she put us on this. All right, you're good with Mimosa. How is she doing? Is she well? You know her? Know her? We were best friends, why wouldn't I? Belle is going to give the others a look.
Hey, is the sword talking out loud or only to Belle?
There is a moment at first where it almost is quiet enough, but as soon as Mimosa's mentioned, no, it's talking out loud.
Yeah, no, Cherry just kind of stares back confusedly because she doesn't have any idea what to say on the matter. She's just like,
well, we're here, we're doing this thing, and yeah, she set us up for this.
Not that people would understand her, though, aside from Belle.
Yeah, because the whole ring-a-ding-a-dinga. But yeah, Springbean, you are at least hearing the ghost say this out loud now because Mimosa's been mentioned. Same as you, by the way, because Sergei has definitely taken note of the fact that, okay, you guys look like people I vaguely know, but you're clearly not.
Not sure how to respond to that. I don't know, the really long description kind of messed with my brain, and I'm currently trying to figure out conversation.
It's okay. It's okay. I patch you, but... Is she alright? She's fine. She's currently... She gave us guidance, but I don't... She didn't come with us when we did the body thing, so I don't... I assume she's fine where she is.
Wait.
Clearly she can't be hurt out there, right?
Did the sword ask a question earlier? Because that's why I was confused. I wasn't sure if it was asking the question to, like, anyone or just...
It's asking anyone, yeah.
Oh.
This is Sergei talking.
I didn't get a chance to
itself.
answer anything. Okay, never mind. Continue.
No, sorry. You can continue. You can answer.
No, I don't know how to answer because it was already answered.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry.
Unless you want to rewind the clock, but it's a little too late for that, and also we need to get this
No,
done quick.
we can rewind.
Grabs you both. It'll be fine. Look. Let's just words.
We'll wrap it up. Yeah, we'll say.
Okay, you know, if to make, I don't know, this, never mind.
No, go ahead.
It's just like, you could just ask the question again, I can try.
Yeah.
If you know Mimosa, is she alright? I don't see her with you. Is she okay?
Last we checked, she was alive.
Surprisingly reassuring. Thank you, little... Why do you look like a little bean sprout?
Springy looks down at their hands. Looks back.
Yeah, no, you are still looking like a ghost girl. You have not looked like Springbead. Actually, no, What are you people? Mimosa's brought in
Terry
some
just
weird...
comedically blinks silently back in response.
She's brought back some odd characters, but you don't even look real.
I know it's hard to believe with the real kind. But it's okay, it's okay. You get used to it.
With what kind? Belle just leans close to the sword and goes, I'll explain later. Let's not ask at the moment.
I forgot I muted to get the thing.
No.
Oh, I pet you.
Goodness.
I said, well, I had just had Marana say, well, it's a thing with us. Sometimes I can't even believe that I'm real.
Aw. Okay,
Oh
well,
my god.
you know, Serge, the Serge ghost, that's at least, again, it's more Serge mixed in with the sun sword. There's a thought for a moment, and then it goes, you know what? Fair play, I can recognize that. Felt that every so often when I stay in the hilt long enough. Alright, so we're taking my brother down the peg? Okay. So, where to next? Excellent question. Maybe we could figure it out when we finish fixing up the gazebo. I did happen to punch a hole in the floor. Did you? Oh, you did! I was quite impressed with it. I momentarily forgot. I was a little confused by the... You can see Springbean, so I assume you can see the horns. Yeah. And he says this quite enough that you do not hear the sword speak. Is there even a hint of irony to the I don't want to hear a thing about irony or I will put you back in the ground? Alright. No irony jokes. That's fine. You're here to help, that's what matters. And with that, we fade away from the first part as the group slowly but surely begins work fixing up what damage to the gazebo is done. And on Belle's part, he does want to see the gazebo reinforced and fixed up a bit, because seeing it in such condition does feel bad. So you spend the better portion of this snowy afternoon, which looks more like a snowy night, fixing up the gazebo in a Toon-kind fashion, complete with a montage, which Vasilka is impressed by and Sergei is confused and also impressed by. At the end of it, you have a pretty solid-looking gazebo, and I'm going to roll for Belle to see if he can actually try and fix up a fresh, new Morning Lord statue or not. That's Carpenter's Tools. Is Carpenter's Tools strength or dexterity?
We should really wrap this up.
Strength, I think.
I'm Petals, I'm wrapping it up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I am wrapping this up.
It is
This
late.
the
My
very
brain
last...
is gonna. My filter has been very much degraded. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It was just my last question. Do Carpenter's Tools use strength or dex?
I'll look it up. Carpenter Tools. Nope.
But this is the wrap-up. This is the wrap-up, don't worry.
Okay, sorry. It's hard to clarify.
That's why I said it was fading out on the gazebo being fixed up and on Belle fixing up the statue.
I didn't hear the fade up part. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
No, thank you, D&D Beyond. That description was not useful at all for carpenter's tools. It didn't even specify.
Proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make using the tools in your craft. It doesn't mention a specific one on Roll20. We're going to choose dexterity.
Yeah, that probably makes the most sense.
So, last roll for the session, 1d20 plus 4. Carpenter's tools. 1d20 plus 4. No, they'll stick with the old worn-out Morning Lord statue. That's fine. He tries carving a new one, but realizes, oh god, no, he's not good at carving. We're gonna put that away. And instead just votes to repaint the original so that it's a little nicer looking, and that works out better. And with the gazebo fixed up, and the sword reclaimed, the to be continued slowly crawls on screen. It briefly goes to Mimosa smiling down at the board where the tokens are, and a looming shadow behind her. To be continued. I do hope everyone enjoyed this session, and that even though I was supposed to get through a little more in faster time, we still enjoyed ourselves, even though we only got one thing so far. Did everyone have fun?
Yippee.
I think we got through a decent bit. At least it feels that way.
Yeah, we got one whole thing.
And you made it really good, so hey.
Anyhow,
required.
because of these conversations, I have
Lightsaber required.
Okay, one at a time, because I did not process what anyone said. Okay,
Oop.
Petals first. What did you just say?
I just said lightsaber acquired, and then Nike repeated me.
Excellent. Hoosh, what did you say?
Now the conversations that are happening, I now have thoughts for what is going to happen in the aftermath, because now I feel bad.
We'll see, but everyone had fun? Everyone had a good time so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, cool. Next session, we get the next two things, one of which is included in the castle, and the other of which is somewhere else. We have to go get Irina's brother, and then you decide whether you deal with the temple first or Strahd first. But in the meantime, I've been Carmichael, also known as Mikey, hosting this game. I at least had fun DMing. I apologize that it started to crawl toward the end. But I'm glad everyone enjoyed themselves and had fun. Hopefully we'll be able to get through things in a timely fashion tomorrow. So, everybody, all listeners, have a good evening. Stay safe. Remember to wear your masks and keep 6 feet apart. The pandemic is not over yet. And have a good night.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.